dense program with several panels and several debates. So without further ado, without further introduction, I will then make an introduction presentation. Let us start with the opening session, giving the floor to Carlos Silva, the Secretary General for UGT. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure hosting you here in the head office of our union for yet another conference, Challenges for Collective Bargaining in Europe, organized by Sergio Monte from UGT, our Deputy General Secretary General, and with the support of the Friedrich Ehret Foundation in this yet another term of Reinald Newman, head of this foundation, with whom we have collaborated for many years. So I want to thank very much Reinald Newman for all support over these years, and I also like to welcome my colleagues from the European Confederation of Unions, namely Sarah Lynch, from SES, welcome, and all other colleagues from the Confederation. I think Thorsten Müller and Thorsten Schulten, welcome. UGT, and I would also like to, and today we have here many news reporters also. Sometimes I say that the media in Portugal is very conditioned. I won't say why and in which direction, but today we have three important news reporters here from Publico and from several newspapers, and they ensure the plurality of the moderation of these panels that will be chaired by them. And then all our guests, some from UGT, others not only from UGT. I already had some exchanges with Enrique Souza, an old friend and comrade that always takes part in collective bargaining. So welcome, and I welcome everyone here. Welcome to our home. Now, challenges of collective bargaining in Europe. Above all, it's important to understand what are the challenges of collective bargaining in our country. And we have many in our country, especially now in the political framework that we have in our country, in which yesterday the president of Portugal decided to dissolve the parliament, and by dissolving the parliament, he called for the elections on the next 30th of January. As you know, UGT over the last months, as a social partner and member of the permanent tripartite negotiations house, we were with several advances and drawbacks. We were foreseeing that in the beginning of 2022, we would have probably the practical application of several commitments, not only in terms of the labor code, but also related to wages, increasing the minimum wage, anticipation of retirement age, and several other instruments that are part of the labor code, several of them since 2003, that UGT and the other union central for and other political parties in the parliament have said that this must be reversed in favor of the workers. Now, we know that when people mess with the labor code, it's never in favor of workers or the union movement. It's always in the other direction. And if we remember the agreement of 2012, the agreement of 2012 was to face a very difficult moment of the country when Portugal was just about to bankruptcy, and the troika from the European Union, so the European Union, the IMF, and the European Central Bank, they demanded from Portugal an agreement in Portugal that would keep social peace in Portugal in exchange for a significant loan. And after 2012, we had the terrible austerity period where it is easier to make workers impoverished and block collective bargaining. But collective bargaining it's not as that have to say this. that in the European Union and also with employer partners, that collective bargaining has to be used as a basis and as a border that protects the union movements and protects workers, that creates a set of rights for protecting workers by unions. A union that does not have a collective bargaining, it's not it's a union. It is just an association, maybe an association for recreation, but it's not an organization that protects workers. And this must be mirrored in collective bargaining and in collective agreements, whether at company level, whether at sectorial level, or even in the labor code. And there are several subject matters that were included in the 2012 agreement, which was a very difficult agreement for UGT, but which kept that the labor contracts would expire in the labor code, and labor contracts is something that is not favorable for the labor world, because expiry puts the workers in a condition of a need. We are always at in the hands of the employer. When the employer wants the labor agreement or the labor contract, to stop the employment contract to be cancelled, then he just has to call for certain clauses in the labor code. Let's say we had in the banking sector 200,000 members of our union and 70,000 workers of the financial sector were all at risk, and it was putting at risk one of the oldest collective bargaining in our country, and it was all based on expiry. And ultimately, the unions of UGT, which are the most representative ones in this sector, and with the support of the government, were able to stop this the advancement of this subject, and the rights did not fall. But we were forced in a situation of need to give up some aspects that we wanted to enforce under collective bargaining, like, for instance, the promotion for ages for a number of working years, because just because of a number of working years, workers could be promoted in the banking sector. Instead of having to expect or wait for the performance assessments. So we needed to advance in two aspects. One is compensation for collective dismissal. This was something that was lost in 2012 by imposition of the Troika, and supplementary work that was reduced to less than half by imposition of the Troika. And it was at the time we had a left-wing party in power, which was the Socialist Party since the year 2000, and it's still in power now, that they fought against these policies of austerity, and they helped us promote certain subject matters which we were able to do. So then, when in 2021 we are faced with a proposal by the government called the Agenda for Decent Work and the valorization of youngsters in the labor world, it was the first time that a socialist government proposed to us to change some subject matters that we were calling for many years. And we always said to the government and to employers that we want gradual changes. We don't want a change of everything in the same day at the same time. No, in a gradual way, change the labor code, change the labor rules, so that collective agreements in our country can evolve, not only in terms of wages, but also in terms of working hours, contracting conditions, and so on. So this is not something exclusive of Portugal. This is why we have Sterling here. We have the same situation in several other countries, like in Spain. In Spain, we have a similar situation as we have in Portugal. Maybe in the northern countries, we have some friends here from the northern countries. Maybe in northern countries, they have an exceptional situation in terms of unionism, with very high rates of unionism. But in Portugal, it's very difficult to have greater participation of workers in unions, because 95% of the business fabrics in Portugal is made up by micro and SMEs, and only 5% are large companies. So it is easy for a union to enter a large company. But who can join a micro or an SME just with 4 or 5 workers? Who has the courage to become a member of union? And for employers, this is a threat for the stability of the company, and the worker is stigmatized. So we must understand this evolution is very, very difficult. So we must use the law, and it must be through the law that we must protect our workers. If it's not through labor agreements, it has to be through the labor code. And the labor code in Portugal is not worker friendly. So we have a major challenge here. And the first challenge is what happened to the decent work agenda? Well, it was dropped. Now we have a government that is just managing the situation until the 30th of January, because we will have elections then. And of course, I have expectations that on the 1st of January, the national minimum wage will be updated to 700 euros. It's not a proposal by UGT, but it is a proposal that we don't have the right to or the capacity to deny or not want, because it is a net increase of 40 euros in the minimum national wage, with the expectation set by the government, the socialist government, that by 2025 we will come to 850 euros. Now, the goal for UGT for this year is that through the increase in the national minimum wage, and we put this in a way that created some difficulties in other sectors of the Portuguese society, when we said we need to achieve 1,000 euros of minimum national wage, and there is a date for that, 2028. So this means that this government has a commitment in their government program that by 2025 we will come to 850 euros of minimum wage. So the present Prime Minister, even before he knew that the national budget was not approved, he said that his political will was to increase 50 euros every year. And so this agrees with our proposal, which is 1,000 euros minimum wage by 2028. And we will not give up on this, because it is the only way, before the attitude of employers in Portugal that they just block collective bargaining, that they don't want to negotiate. They keep threatening workers and unions that they will not bargain. And if they don't want to bargain, so what is the threat? Okay, they say that the conventions will expire. So in a situation like this, what should workers do? Either they fight, and fight, as you know, in small companies, to fight is very difficult, or they negotiate. And UGT always had this role of negotiating. And when it has to negotiate, it can also create in public opinion a movement to support its positions. And this is what we are doing, and we have to do. So we told the government that if the issue is that the expiry will be dropped, so we will not create any problems. We agree. And this created a problem to employers, because they were scared and they accused UGT of being intellectually dishonest in a meeting with all the other parties, because we were putting at stake what we had signed before. And I even said to our colleagues, foreign colleagues that are here from SES, I also said that Dom Afonso Henriques, our first king, he also hit his mother 1,100 years ago, and we cannot be tied to that situation. And we cannot be tied to a situation, to a commitment that was signed in 2012 within a political framework for Portugal. And now we have to change that, because workers are clearly losing. They are the losers. And collective bargaining must ensure dignity to and decency to the labor world. And so we have many challenges ahead of us. Challenges that I said are not only in Portugal, but at least one knows what goes on in their own home. So we have made a huge effort to help different countries and different sectors to move forward collective bargaining and to create conditions so that we also in the union movement have strength and support and mobilization to change this situation. So this is a very important moment right now, and I think this is the way, and I think that CES and ETUC can help the labor movement by putting pressure at international instances and European instances, and trace your employers. So Business Europe is not a threat, I wouldn't say, because they're not threatening anyone, but it is a strength that is blocking the development of collective bargaining. They first look at profit and at capital, and workers are not considered. And precariousness that we see and it remains in Europe and in Portugal, they say, okay, you don't want this job? Okay, we have 10,000 people in a row, waiting for this job. And it is against this type of threats and not giving value to workers and to work that we have to count on these conferences. So I count on the support and the experience of CES, which is our confederation. We support this confederation. We've also supported in an actual way the work of Luca Vincentini and his team in the European Confederation of Workers. So our friends of CES are here today, and I want to say that it's not enough to be a member of conferences, because all of those that are here are union leaders. UGT is not replacing unions. We don't replace the confederation. Each one has to do his own work, and no one can give up. This is the great strength of collective bargaining. Collective means that no one can give up. So here we are today. I count on your contributions. I count on your presentations so that we can strengthen the union movement, and we can strengthen collective bargaining and see what can we do all together and in a joint way with the entire Portuguese union movement, because the UGT does not exclude anyone. We are all necessary and required for this convergence work. UGT is not the only Portuguese central union central in Portugal. So you have the confederation as two unions, associations of unions in Portugal, and with the union of everyone, we can strengthen the strength of the European Confederation of Unions. So I wish you a very fruitful day's work, and I hope that the proceedings of this conference can help UGT, SES, and the union movement to be stronger and in doing what they have to do, which is to protect European workers and protect Portuguese workers. Thank you. Now, good morning, everyone. Once again, obviously, I want to thank all participants, both those here in person and those following us through the net. I would like to say that we have many people following us through YouTube, Facebook, and through UGT TV. And this event is being broadcasted also in sign language. So this international conference, which has a partnership of Friedrich Ebert Foundation, represented by Reinhard Neumann, has a remarkable set of speakers that will be discussing the challenges that collective bargaining is facing, not only in Europe, but in all countries in the world. And we have been discussing this for a long time in our working group on collective bargaining and with Naumann. And we were thinking of holding a conference like this to compare the various systems and models that we have for collective bargaining in European countries. So now we came to the conclusion that they are not that comparable as they can seem. So this is why each country has different realities. Each country has different models and systems. I recall that some countries have there is a first they assess the legitimacy of a union. So workers vote to decide which union is going to negotiate, or which central union of unions will negotiate such and such collective agreement, and then there are no extension mechanisms, and there are other entities that are part of the tripartite agreements, and whatever comes from tripartite agreements becomes law, which is not the case in Portugal, because in Portugal our negotiation is tripartite, but what comes out is political commitments, not a law. So this dichotomy in which the collective agreement is not a source of right, but collective bargaining is not a source of law, but collective agreement is becomes law. some countries we have, there's a greater way of bilateral agreements in which the state almost does not join the negotiating process. So these are various systems, these systems that we don't need to compare actually. But one thing is true. The most developed countries in Europe, the most developed economic and social terms are countries with a strong culture in terms of collective bargaining and public representation. And this can be seen. Colleagues from SES, they know this, and that there are countries that don't want or are not ready to discuss a European and a decent minimum wage for Europe, because they think that this withdraws from their bargaining power, because through collective bargaining they can impose higher wages than being subject to a wage defined by the government. So we cannot compare. We cannot compare systems, okay? So we can only say that let's hope that the speakers with their knowledge tell us what goes on in Europe, how can collective bargaining in European countries has reacted to two tremendous crises. First, the financial crisis that did not affect in the same way all countries in Europe. Unfortunately, the Southern European countries were the most affected, and affected in a very violent way. Just now, the Secretary General spoke about the agreement of 2012. Then the second crisis, which was the pandemic. Well, this health crisis was more democratic because it hurt everyone in the same way. So how did the systems react within the various systems and the various countries? Because we in Portugal know that collective bargaining now is at the same level as the one we had in the Troika. Now, lastly, I would like to say that many people blame expiry as the main cause for collective bargaining is what it is. Because expiry or termination puts pressure. If there's agreement, it will remain. Now, with termination, now the pressure is on the side of unions. Now, the state of need that the General Secretary spoke about is the need to give in on certain matters that we would not give in before, because we have to save the agreement and not allow it to terminate. But I must say that along with this, along with termination, crises have been devastating for collective bargaining. These two crises brought collective bargaining to figures that had never been seen before. Now, lastly, and because today I'm only speaking about this, I won't speak again. I want to thank Norman very, very deeply, because he has been an exceptional partner. The quality of his research, not always the relationship with UGT with Norman has been good, but it has lasted. It has lasted, and we've held several conferences together. We've have discussed several topics together, and because Norman towards the end of this year will stop being a representative of Friedrich Ebert Foundation, I want to thank him very, very much for his contribution, for the quality he has brought to our negotiations, and want to deeply thank him. Thank you very much, Norman.
Olá, muito obrigado, Carlos.
Hello, thank you, Carlos. Thank you, Sergio. I would just like to say a couple of words on me not being any longer the representative of the foundation in Portugal after 25 years ahead of this foundation. So 2 weeks ago, I was in another session with unionists, the socialist unionists of CGTP, and the topic of my presentation was that this is not saying goodbye. I'm here, I'll keep conducting research, I will keep working as an activist, I will keep collaborating in several fronts with unionists and with other colleagues, so please keep counting on me in the future. I'm not out. Now I forgot my glasses, but I'll try to make it. Anyway, without glasses and without a mask, you're no one. Now, I would just like to explain a bit the structure of this event. So, yesterday, on our way from the airport to the hotel, Esther asked me, what is the purpose of this event? And I said, from my conversations with Sergio and with the other members of the working group of collective bargaining of UGT, I said that this is about opening the window and looking over to other realities and receiving a further momentum to gain courage, to have ideas on how can we improve collective bargaining in Portugal, how can we improve the relationships of strength in collective bargaining through a more effective union action. This is our hope, that we can bring about new ideas, that we can give those that give union that work in collective bargaining, that can leave from here with ideas and greater courage and greater strength for their work and activity. Now, the structure of this event is quite simple. So in the beginning, we will have a panel in which we will launch some challenges, some questions for debate. So we will have Esther Lynch, the Deputy General Secretary for CIS. She is present here today in person. And then we have two persons speaking online, Cristina Antoniansas and Marta Kahankova. Marta Kahankova from Bratislava and Cristina is speaking from Madrid, from Spain. And the moderation will be from Rosario Rato from the Lusa News agency in Portugal. This will be the launching of the questions for the debate that will follow during the day. Then we will have another panel dedicated to collective bargaining in the private sector with the Deputy General Secretary of Industrial of the Transformation Industry, Isabel Bartes. She will be speaking online. And then we will have Oliver Rotig, the Regional Secretary for Uni Europe. We will be speaking, and then Torsten Schulten, he is here. He's a researcher of the Hans Bockler Foundation from Germany, and he is director of the archives for HBS in Germany. Here we don't have like they have in Germany, that they have an archive where they put all publications for workers and employers, and that panel will be moderated by Catarina Almeida Pereira from the business newspaper, daily newspaper. Then in the afternoon, after lunch, we have a panel on public services in collective bargaining, and here we have two presentations, one by an expert in research connected to the European Union Federation from the research from the University of Amsterdam, Martin Kuhn, and then Richard Pond from the European Union Federation on Public Services will speak from Brussels through the internet, and also from Amsterdam, Martin will speak through the internet. And this debate will be moderated by Raquel Martins from the Public Daily newspaper. And so this will be the end of the third panel. So before lunch, we will be discussing the private sector, and after lunch, we will be discussing public sector, sorry. And then we will end with a roundtable with Esther Lynch, with Torsten Schulte, that's in here, and Torsten Muller, that is also here from the European Union Institute. He was here also before on another event on teleworking and collective bargaining, and the moderation will be by Eduardo Chagas. He is also here with us today. And so this is the framework for today's event. And then we have several speakers in person and others speaking online. And altogether, I think we have a good mix for and a lot of material for discussion and for living from here with some knowledge, with some ideas, new ideas. And so let's go.
Bem, agora chamava então para aqui, para a mesa. Está ligado?
I'll just call to the table Rosário Ramos.
Estava o nome da Rosário, tínhamos atualizado, mas o lápis veio anterior. A Esther Lins.
I call to the table Esther Lins. She's also here in person, and Cristila Antonianças. She will speak from through the internet.
Eu pedi a alguém que, por favor, trocasse aqui os nomes. Lúcia ou Miguel.
Muito bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to recognize the nice words of Carlos to the three journalists that are going to be here to moderate the debate. And I also thank Nauman for explaining everything that is going to happen today. So, to save time to our speakers, and we have to make good use of their knowledge in the area of collective bargaining, and I'm going to introduce and give the floor to the speakers. There's a small caveat here. In the program, you had Esther Lynch first, but she's not going to be the first one. We'll have Cristina Antoniazes, General Secretary of the Spanish UGT, due to agenda. She's at Madrid and she's a commitment, so we have decided that she's going to be the first speaker. Cristina Antoniazes has led the working group in Spain that negotiated the new rules of telework and the digital platforms, which was recently implemented through new legislation, and certainly she's useful information to us, and she's going to let also subjects to debate. Now, she's at Madrid. No, I don't see you. Cristina, how are you? How's everything in Madrid? Just a little bit cold. Oh, yes. Oh, right. So we would like to know what you can say about this important topic on the collective bargaining in Europe, in particular in Spain. Thank you. Good morning, each and everyone. And thank you, Esther, and for letting me be the first one. It's because I have a commitment, and then I would like also to be in the debate, but I have this commitment before. So, and I'd like to be present here in the debate, also because we have a good relationship with Portugal, UGT. But so I'm going to explain a little bit how the state of the art in regarding collective bargaining in Spain and what are the prospects. The important is that we consider that after all the pandemic and all that we have suffered for this year and a half, the collective bargaining it must be a tool to achieve a fair economic negotiation situation and must serve all the workers. The collective bargaining is the structure where you have sector per sectors, and the prevalence is the company or decisions. My colleagues are on a tripartite negotiation to modify and reform this labor reform that we have, that was introduced by the Popular Party. That's one of the challenges that we have in Spain right now, this regarding this labor reform. And we hope that the collective bargaining will serve again the workers so they don't lose their power of negotiation. It's important because the crisis that we have suffered, the financial crisis of 2008, and after the response of Europe was austerity, and we thought that a bigger flexibility in Spain came afterwards, and there were many people who lost their jobs. So we want to insist. It's also because in Spain we have managed, thanks to the social dialogue, we have managed to that in this crisis we could establish mechanisms that are based on temporary work, and we managed that over 2 or 3 million workers were not fired, and so that's one of the tools of the collective bargaining, is to avoid all these people losing their jobs and go to unemployment. One of the things that we have also insisted in Spain is that I'd like to say that, and we regret a lot, we're sorry that the parliament in Portugal was just dissolved. The government was a government of an example for Europe, how to approach policies and the labor market and so on. So I think it's a big mistake. I would like to mention that. So in Spain, we have insisted on the national social bargaining, and many agreements we were achieved, such as telework law and the law of the digital reforms, and all the agreements are in view of the collective bargaining. So this is going to be fundamental given the situation that we are experiencing, and we have not managed to raise salaries, wages, so there was a loss of purchasing power. So we aim at the recovery of this purchasing power, recovery of this purchasing power. So the prices of energy and the fuel prices, and that all that has a clear place in the collective bargaining, and we must approach all this in the different agreements to increase the wages of the workers and avoid loss of purchasing power. Since we have to see all the challenges that we have, and a very important one, and that must be seen as an opportunity, is digitalization. And, the productive models of all European countries are facing that, and so the changes that will affect all our sectors and the vast majority of companies. Then we have to use the 4.0 revolution as a part of labor, and not as a destruction of jobs. That's where the collective bargaining must foresee the adaptation of jobs and also the adaptation to digitalization and the adaptation to ecological purposes. So this is ambitious. Also, there is the fundamental role of the collective bargaining and the fundamental role of the trade unions, that we must be present to protect and help all the workers and the productive fabric. And we must also offer the companies flexibility mechanisms internally, so they can adapt to this situation of crisis and change. But this mechanism of flexibility cannot be just done unilaterally. So these mechanisms must be negotiated and agreed between the companies and representatives of the workers. The trade unions, namely when there is no representation of the workers at the company level. So the 4.0 industrial revolution is the conditions that can create an equitable divide of jobs and a better life conciliation between the professional and family life. In Spain, the workers, there is 32 hours, working hours. We consider that this is realistic, and we are now having talks in Spain about reduction of working day, and this is in view of the evolution of productivity. And another point that I consider important is equality. In our country, we have agreed also, and in this case, with between the trade unions and government, but we're working with entrepreneurs. It's to introduce wage transparency through registers, equality. That directive of wage transparency is at the European Parliament. It's blocked right now, and we hope that soon it will be open and we must, this should be exported to all the European countries through the directive, the European directive. And then equality between men and women, it's another fundamental tool that must be used by in our negotiations to avoid the gaps of gender gaps that exist in Spain and in all the countries. And to finish, there are other fundamental challenges, and we have managed to have an agreement on that. Is telework. Telework is it's now in force in many countries due to the pandemic and due to confinement. And we managed to negotiate a telework law, and that's where the collective bargaining must also enter. And we have also, it's fundamental also that we should not forget that labor also involves labor risks. So we understand that jobs and work must be safe. And so also the person at home working in telework is important that if the person feels safe and well, so we must also protect those people. Therefore, we must anticipate to these future changes that are taking place and anticipate these changes in the productive model, and also to protect labor and the people, the working people. So we need collective bargaining. So this dialogue and bipartite and tripartite is the social dialogue. So it's a fundamental tool that must serve for the future of jobs and the economic sustainability in European Union and all the other European countries. So here in Spain, we must introduce labor reforms that are a tool to serve, to protect jobs and to protect workers throughout the pandemic process. And definitely the collective bargaining must be a useful, essential tool to fight against poverty and differences and inequality. So I greet you all and hope to see you Monday on the conference that I have to be, and I hope that all these journeys are very important. And I apologize that I cannot proceed in the debate, but I will recover that and will certainly conduct an analysis of that. Thank you. I'll give the floor to Esther Lynch, the Secretary General of the European Confederation of Trade Unions. And within the Confederation, she is responsible for collective bargaining. So it will be very useful to listen to her regarding the challenges posed by the collective bargaining in Europe. I give you 10 minutes. So Christina passed also a little bit of that time limit. Please, the floor is yours.
So can you do me a favor? When I get to 5 minutes, let me know, and then I know I have 5 minutes left. Okay. And they also know I'm going to finish in 5 minutes. So the proudest moment of my life, well, certainly one of them, the top 10, was when I was 21 and I was elected as a shop steward. And that was so long ago. I was working in a factory that made microchips, and microchips were the size of matchboxes. So that gives you some idea how long ago my understanding of the value of workers sticking together. And my entire working life, I have seen instances time and time again where workers are tried to be pushed apart. And that circumstance always ends up worse for the workers. Looking recently at the COVID time, it was very clear the benefits of workers sticking together. very clear the collective benefit of collective bargaining. 31 million workers covered by the SURE programme. That negotiated at EU level, national level and company level by workers' trade unions. A real lifesaver for workers. Also, safe systems of work, also negotiated by workers and their unions at company level, national level, sector level, European level. Another example of how workers sticking together, we do better. And the real question for the ETUC at the moment is how do we translate that into actions at EU level that support it? I'm just going to ask if I can have my PowerPoint. Possible? Hang on, I've gone too far now. How do we translate actions for the ETUC so that the ETUC better helps UGT and UGT better helps your affiliated unions who better help the workers? So that really is the key question that we're working on at the moment. And so I only have a small amount of time, so I can't go into everything that we're doing, but I would like to highlight 3 major initiatives that we're undertaking at the moment. The first of those is to campaign for a strong EU directive on minimum wages, because minimum wages are an important floor. They provide a threshold of decency. But the only way we will get to fair wages is through collective bargaining. And that's why within the EU directive on adequate minimum wages, we have worked hard to secure a strong number of articles to protect the right to organise, to make sure that member states have in place effective mechanisms to tackle union busting in all its forms, whether, as your General Secretary outlined this morning, whether it's employers who deliberately and very clearly dismiss somebody because they're the organizer within the company. It's almost like companies are happy to pay the price for that because of the demonstration effect to the rest of the workforce of it being very clear, if you put your head up above and you start to organize, you'll find yourself outside. And maybe then only after months or if not years, you end up with very, very low compensation. And that cannot take place in an EU single market, and the EU single market claim is fair or that it has a safe system of rules for workers. That's why this EU directive dealing with this is so important. The directive, as it's proposed to be amended by the European Parliament, and all of you have a key role to play in this, because the amendments that will make sure that the union busting pieces are within the directive will be voted on by your MEPs, your members of Parliament, on the 11th of November. And I know what MEPs really listen to are their local constituents. They want to hear what you have to say, what your members have to say. And taking the time to prepare an email to send to the MEPs to underline the importance of the provisions that require member states to have national action plans if they fall below 70% of the workers covered by a collective agreement. Now, I'm really happy that the 2 Torsten researchers are here because they will explain in detail how the 70% is the right number to set this at. The directive will also give access to the workplace, not just physical access to organise, but also to represent workers and digital access. It will also importantly require public procurement rules. So whether it's a town, whether it's a hospital, whether it's a transport, a public transport system, all of those will have to procure, they will have to buy their services through public procurement rules amended to guarantee that the company doesn't refuse to recognise the trade union. All of these things on their own won't be a silver bullet. it will still need your organising, it will still need your strength on collective bargaining, but it will lay a good foundation that will assist both at national level, but also at European level, to make sure that no member state in the European Union decides to compete on low terms and conditions of employment and on workplaces where there are no trade unions. And I think that this groundbreaking piece of legislation, it's at a crossroads. It's really important on the 11th of November that you take the time to mobilize your members to vote in favour. Then so the ETUC is doing what you'd expect us to be doing. We have on the webpage, if you want to join a union, you can click on and make sure, what information is there about joining a union. But there's another initiative I really want to take my last 5 minutes to go through with you. We believe that by the ETUC establishing a petitions platform, it can help with both lobbying governments, but also organising. The petitions platform will be available early next year, and it will allow you, UGT or your local branch, to establish a petition. The petitions could be something really big, like the human right to water, or it could be very focused on a particular organising campaign, such as tell restaurant X to stop stealing the tips of workers. If it was that last option, tell restaurant X to stop stealing the tips or to support the collective, the organising of the workers, we will also have a question. So you can I sign the petition to say this, and then a question will pop up. Are you an employee of X, restaurant X? And then that information can be sent directly to your organisers. And then it's up to your organisers to decide whether or not they will contact and whether there are enough people within the company for you to focus on organising. We're building this at the moment. We are getting teams together to discuss it. We think it's a good idea. We know it needs refinements. We know it will need a lot of work, but we think as a fundamental idea, building the digital trade union is something trade unionists need to be as involved in as all of the companies where we are active in representing them. So this is a real opportunity for developing this. Portuguese is one of the languages, so it will be available. We're very much hoping that you will be strong leaders. You have a strong history in innovating in collective bargaining, and we really think that this is something that UGT could be particularly interested in helping us build and helping us develop, so that it can become a real tool. What it would mean with a petition is that UGT would get the database of all of the petition signers. You get their first name, their last name, their country, and their email. And then you would always be able to contact them and let them know about future campaigns. The organizer would get the name and email of anybody who ticks that they were the box, that they were an employee, and it would be made very clear to the person that this was going to be sent to the organizer. So that, because we need to be very transparent and comply with GDPR rules. What does the ETUC get out of organising this platform? Well, what we get is the first and last name, the country, and the email, and that will mean that we will be able to build a Europe-wide group of activists who are interested in supporting the type of social justice and future of European Union that we're all interested in. It would mean that we're growing the digital trade union as well as the non-virtual world of trade unions. That database will be used to contact activists, to mobilize support. It would be used for recruitment. It would be used to communicate our message, to counter the growth of the far right, to win campaigns and for lobbying. It's a worthwhile thing for us to be involved in developing. Just finally then, we also have at European level about to begin the negotiations on a new EU level social partner agreement. We finalized earlier the digitalization agreement. There were some important elements in that, which we hope are a blueprint to assist you in your negotiations, whether it's the human in control principle for AI, whether it's the right to the training in the context of structuring. Importantly, that training will be at the cost of the employer and that the worker wouldn't have to do it outside of working time. But also a commitment from employers at EU level that redundancy is not the first option in relation to change, but rather all of the other options will be negotiated first. Then we have a web page that explains all of this in some detail. So finally, just to say, we're within the ETUC, we're focusing on strengthening the movement to advance together by means of cooperation, sharing information, but also building a platform where we can begin to work together more, where we can share the content of innovative clauses, whether it's in terms of reducing the working week, whether it's in terms of re-evaluating the work of essential workers. Because one of the legacies of the COVID crisis must be to recognize that essential workers can't be paid minimum wages. You can't say somebody's essential and then not properly value that work. So by working together, by looking at what we're negotiating at company level, by sharing our successes, I know myself as a negotiator, how helpful it is when you're faced with an employer who says, we can't do that here, that you can say, yes, you can, because the company's doing it in all other places of Europe, or other parts of Europe are doing it, or other companies are doing it, or other sectors are doing it, to actually have the clauses in front of you where you can say there's successful companies all over Europe negotiating it and concluding agreements in the following way. That is hugely helpful for anybody who's faced with an employer who's refusing on the basis of, this is such a ridiculous claim, I can't possibly negotiate it. It's helpful to have that type of information. So I want to end now because I know I get an opportunity this afternoon to talk a bit more in detail about the ideas, but I do want to end by saying thank you for having us in your town for our midterm conference. That's why I'm very happy to be here today, Friday. As you know, the whole of the European Union movement will be here to discuss exactly these things. How do we work together to make sure to get solutions, trade union-led wins, trade union-led solutions at company, sector, national and European level? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. E agora vamos ligar a Marta Kankova. Eu peço imensa desculpa de não saber dizer o nome. Marta Kankova, diretora executiva do Instituto Centro Europeu de Estudos Laborais. Portanto, certamente que certamente que a Marta nos poderá dar uma visão diferente, porque realmente se este centro trabalha com a matéria-prima do que está aqui a discutir, a negociação coletiva, vamos ver que dados ou que realidades é que nos pode relatar. Hello, Marta.
Hello, everyone. There was no interpretation, but I hope I can contribute now.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Once again, I'm Marta Kahancova, the Managing Director from the Central European Labor Studies Institute, and I would also like to share some slides with you that I prepared and bring in a few points into the debate from the perspective of Central and Eastern European countries. As we have heard in the previous talks this morning, there is no dispute that collective bargaining is important. However, another important dimension to this from the Central and Eastern European perspective is not only to look at the challenges that collective bargaining can tackle, but how to actually strengthen collective bargaining in itself, how to make it an important mechanism for addressing important changes. Just to wrap up quickly, there are many challenges to bargaining, including the digitalization, the relevance of climate policies, the aging of population and workforce, and of course all challenges related to the pandemic. And it's been recognized that collective bargaining has been slow in responding to these challenges in the EU, and also that these responses evolve in the context where coordinated bargaining and bargaining coverage often face erosion. These challenges are multiplied in Central and Eastern European member states by some historical and structural features of collective bargaining. First of all, there was no bargaining tradition before 1989. There is some strong echo sometimes. I'm sorry, I don't know why. I can hear myself very loud. Anyway, so there was no free bargaining under state socialism. The role of unions was different. The role of unions was to channel welfare to the workers, but independent bargaining has started to evolve only in the last 30 years. And one of the factors of this is that there are still very few employers' associations. Some of them were not established, or they don't see benefit and value of bargaining. What we also see in some member states is that employers' associations are changing their legal form into NGOs, which doesn't allow them to participate in bargaining, to actually serve as employers. They are pure lobbying organizations and professional associations. What we also see is the fragmentation on the side of trade unions along occupational lines or political lines, which, as Esther said, also undermines the power if the workers do not stick together. And the next thing is a very well-known fact that there is a missing sectoral level of collective bargaining. And hand in hand with that goes the declining bargaining coverage. So the relevant question is whether collective bargaining still plays a role in addressing those challenges that I mentioned in the beginning, and related to that, what needs to be done to revitalize bargaining. When we look at some figures here from Eurofound on the bargaining level and bargaining coverage, we see that most Central and Eastern European member states are in the left part of this chart, meaning that company level bargaining is predominant, and in some countries, company bargaining coexists with sectoral bargaining. But still, the bargaining coverage, as we see, is quite low in these countries. So it is a challenge how to restore bargaining, how to make it more important to reach levels comparable to other member states. And the thesis that I would like to make today is that a very important challenge or a problem in Central Eastern Europe is that the bargaining erosion happens from above. It doesn't happen through bargaining decentralization to the company level, but it happens from above. let us go into a bit more detail on this, what is meant by that and how it can be addressed. We all know that the role of unions and employers is built on two types of institutional resources. The first one is access to policymaking at the national level, and the second one is the right to collective bargaining at the sector or establishment level. And what we see in Central and Eastern European member states is that social partners themselves increasingly focus at the national level, and they try to bring about regulations via legislation instead of collective bargaining. And in the conditions of Central and Eastern Europe, this seems to be rational because the law is easier to implement, it's easier to enforce, it's more predictable, and it's also is covering everyone. Whereas collective bargaining is more unpredictable, it has become more arduous and difficult, often ending in procedures of mediation and arbitration when there is no agreement between the partners. So the relevant question for the debate is whether legislation is crowding out collective bargaining in the Central and Eastern European member states, and what remedies can be taken to revitalize bargaining in these conditions. To look a bit into the relationship between legislation and bargaining, we can identify three effects. First one is a direct or a definitional effect which basically means if there is excessive legislation, there is no room left for collective bargaining. So the law is actually a competition or competes with bargaining as a mechanism to regulate working conditions. The second one is the so-called inspirational effect, where the law establishes a certain framework, but still leaves enough scope and enough space for bargaining at the sector and establishment levels. So basically the law is some minimum and bargaining can build on the top of it, which means that the law and bargaining complement each other. And third, there is a so-called radiating effect, which means that a legislation might inspire certain type of behavior of unions, which also can possibly support union objectives and strengthen bargaining, but this is not automatic. The unions and also employers have to recognize the relevance of the law and actively engage and support bargaining procedures. So coming back to the two questions that I posed, whether legislation is in fact crowding out bargaining, the current situation in several Central and Eastern European member states suggests that indeed this is the case, because even unions themselves push for legislation because they see it's safer, it helps to regulate more directly, it's more predictable and less costly for them. And what can we do about this? What remedies are there to revitalize bargaining? So first of all, my view and also point for the debate is that it is the unions themselves and the employers who need to find value in bargaining. It can be very well at the establishment level or at the sectoral level, which is, however, limited in Central and Eastern Europe. But the social partners themselves have to stop looking so much only at the legislation and only seeing legislation as a solution to regulating working conditions. The second point is the role of the state. In Central and Eastern Europe, the state often plays a very strong role in shaping social dialogue and collective bargaining. And this should also be changed. There should be some retreat from direct involvement in telling social partners what to do. So ideally, there should be more freedom to social partners with state support. Third, it's very interesting to see what kind of best practices are out there in other European member states, other EU member states, to where Central and Eastern European members could look at. And finally, of course, the role of EU level. EU-level social partners and social dialogue, there has been a lot of capacity building initiatives going to national unions and employers. So how to make sure that this support is effective and actually helps strengthening collective bargaining and channel the interests of the unions also away from legislation or in a more harmonizing relationship between legislation and collective bargaining. So these are the questions and the points that I would like to contribute to the debate. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Marta. Já estamos
We are a little bit lagging behind in our schedule. Well, this should not prevent the audience from asking questions to our guests. And I think that we have enough material from questions that are closer to our reality, such as the Spanish case. I think that Cristina is not online any longer. It seems like. Can someone confirm whether Cristina is online or not? Because I think it is a very similar situation we have in Portugal to that in Spain. So maybe someone would like to ask questions to Cristina. But anyway, we have Esther right here with us and totally available, and she can give us her approach. And Marta just spoke, so she's there also. So who has a question? Who has a question? There's no roaming mic in the room, so please come here to the stage and speak from here, from the stand. If you have a question, you have to come to the stand.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone. Now, I found the presentation of Marta very, very interesting indeed. When she mentioned what is going on in Eastern Europe and in Central Europe, which is to move collective bargaining over to the governments and to make lawmaking, and in our case, like the parliament, to bring collective bargaining into the parliament. This is happening in Portugal also, and we must solve this once and for all, not only in Portugal, but in the whole of Europe. Because what is happening is the following, in my understanding. Well, unions that have bargaining power, that want social dialogue, that have are very connected to the employers because they know the sector more better than anyone else, know the employers better than anyone else. It's not the government that knows the companies and the employers. It's not the parliament that knows the companies and the employers. So those that are weak, they take shelter in the governments and in the law to achieve what they cannot achieve through bargaining. So this is happening. This is happening in Portugal, and this is very serious. Now, the government fell. The parliament is going to be dissolved. Is exactly because of that, because the other Union Confederation, which is not UGT, mine is UGT, that does not want to bargain in other sectors. In 2021, we closed 19 collective agreements. And here, the other confederation, the unions from the other confederation, they closed how many collective agreements? Zero. And so they brought into the parliament all their claims for collective bargaining in terms of wages, labor conditions, and so on. That is not acceptable. We have to join hands in Europe, whether from East or Central or wherever. We have to join hands around ETUC to reverse this sad situation, because it will doom us in the future. Collective bargaining and social dialogue is the most important, especially at company level. Workers and employers must come together and bargain and negotiate. Thank you. This is all. Anyone else has any question? Otherwise, I will give the floor to Esther to make any comments. But let us collect more questions. Anyone else? No? Okay. So Esther, you can answer.
Thank you. I think that this is a really important question strategically. How do we make sure that if we are looking for laws relating to the employment conditions of workers in Europe, we ensure that we support collective bargaining as the solution rather than guarantee an outcome in the courts? And one of the examples of how we're currently trying to do that is in the Gender Pay Transparency Directive that's under debate. In that directive, what we are trying to secure is that where a company has a gender pay gap above a certain level, let's say 5%, that should trigger a negotiation with the workers' unions on how to close it. And I think that's a more strategic approach than by saying, and I'm not saying the colleague was saying that or the Eastern Europeans were saying this, but I do have some affiliates who say we shouldn't have any, that there isn't any role at EU level for interfering in the labour market. I think that there is strategic intervention that could be useful, but we haven't done that in the past. And what we need to think about when we're looking to laws for the future is about how do we say that there is a problem, that problem needs to be solved. And if a company has that problem, the way the company solves it is through negotiated solutions, collectively bargained through workers and their unions. And I think in that way we can be more strategic, rather than saying, and I'm not, as I said, I don't think you said this at all, but there are some affiliates who say this, rather than saying that, you know, we just do autonomous collective agreements and that there is no role for law. I think there is a demand for law, but I think that the law should, if you like, enforce solutions which are bargained with the workforce and the union. And I do think the Gender Pay Transparency Directive is a good example of how we could come to that. There's also some good examples from the Working Time Directive that allows for collectively bargained solutions. If you think about something like data protection, or if you think about the introduction of artificial intelligence, I think having a law that would say you can only be guaranteed that the system, artificial intelligence system, is fair if it's been collectively bargained would be more secure than what we currently have under the data protection regulation that says an individual can, on their first day of employment, sign a consent clause. Now, everybody here who represents workers knows they never look at the contract on the first day. And even if they did, very, very few of them have the bargaining power You're going to work in the local supermarket or the hairdressers. You say, no, I don't like clause 10. Like that you'd have to be totally unconnected to the world of real work to think that that's a safeguard. But a real safeguard is to say to an employer, you can't have that. You can't use artificial intelligence or monitoring or anything else unless you have it agreed through a collective agreement, because by collective, you can guarantee that there is genuine consent. So I think that for us, we have to have these tough conversations. And I want to thank the colleague for taking the time to come to the floor and to help us have this conversation. And I think that by working together, that we can identify ways in which we have laws that make collective bargaining solutions more likely rather than less likely.
Okay, thanks. Esther, mais alguma questão?
Any further question? No? Okay, so if there are no further questions, I would ask Esther to explain a little better. A while ago, you spoke about the concept like digital union. You said something like that. So could you elaborate a little more on what that is? Is it something that will work within ETUC, or will it have a larger scope beyond ETUC? So what is the goal of that? I understood that in the case of petitions, so that all countries can take part in the petitions, all sectors can take part in the petitions. Could you elaborate a little more on that? Because it's something new. Would you mind elaborating a little more on that?
So I had a conversation about 18 months ago with a union organizer in Romania. And what he was trying to do was to organize an Amazon. And he was using usual organizing techniques. So I'm always worried when we're online giving away to the employers what our techniques are, just to say that. So I'm not going to go into all the details, yeah? But the techniques that he was using were to ask one or two workers who were interested in joining the union to get the email contacts for the other workers and to give them to the organizer. And then the organizer was going to arrange a meeting in the hotel. When he was doing that, they then received a letter from Amazon to say, if you could continue to do that, you're acting contrary to the GDPR. Now, that wasn't true, because he wasn't acting contrary to the GDPR. But the fright of that was enough to make them very, very nervous about organizing, the fear of it. Now, the ETUC has the resources and the power to fight that legally. Like we can take those battles on and win them. So what we need to do is to provide the digital platform for that activity and to run that safely, fully GDPR compliant from Brussels. Not that the ETUC wants or needs or will ask for the information relevant to the organizing. The only thing we will keep is the big database to build a European group of people who are interested and want to campaign digitally for the type of world that we want. So there will be 3 types of petitions. One, you imagine the ETUC launching it. Let's say it could be a petition for, we call on the European Union to ensure that platform work companies don't deny the existence of their employees, something big like that. You can imagine that there would be a lot of people who would sign that. There are also people who will likely support a campaign for due diligence in the supply chain and various other things. So it will be hugely helpful for the ETUC, for all of us, to have a very large database of people who see the same vision for Europe as we do, and to be able to mobilize them, to give them information so that they can have the conversations in their families, in their communities, in the pub, in the coffee shop, wherever they are, that they're equipped with the arguments to make the case for the type of world that we want. The second type of campaign could be, for example, run by UGT. So it might be that there is a national campaign in relation to what the priorities are for the coming government. It could be that. So then you would know nationally here were people who were interested in supporting you in that. But the organising and collective bargaining campaign kicks in where it's set up by union officials locally. So the union official locally would, for example, across the road there's a shop, say a restaurant, and you want to organise the restaurant. So and that you know that restaurant chain, for example, has a particular practice which all of those people we have on the database who want a social justice future will probably be against. So you can put pressure on the restaurant chain by mobilizing those people. But more importantly, you can also ask the people who are signing a question, a pop-up question that will say, are you an employee of that company? And that information would go to the organizers. And then you would choose whether you would bring them together, whether you meet them online, whether you'd send them information, whether you talk about fair terms and conditions, whether you'd say, do you know that workers who are in unions have better terms and conditions? They get overtime pay, they get sick pay, they have a pension. Whatever the issue is within that company, you will be able to target it. So it's just taking what we do every day as our everyday business, but providing a technical digital platform to be able to do it. It also gives us a real joined up European trade unionism potential that we could think about and talk about developing over the coming years. It's a way to have genuine European actions and to think about, what are the collective ideas to put there. For everybody who's an organizer, they will also be able to get access to the clauses database. And we have a project underway to build the clauses. So it seems to me quite understandable that unions are not always open to sharing a complete collective agreement because you've negotiated that and you know why that works and why that bit doesn't work. But you might be open to sharing particular clauses relating to particular topics. So, for example, if you have negotiated a clause relating to telework, how to decide who gets telework, or what the rates of the monies to be provided to the workers for teleworking, you might be willing to share them. And then we would put all of those onto the database. And then when you come to begin your negotiations on telework, you'll be able to download all those clauses and have them just as a background document. But all of that requires massive cooperation from all of our affiliates. And it requires building trust. And it requires a belief that it can work, that it's worthwhile spending your time doing it, because you can imagine that this is a lot of work. And that's the discussion between now and the ETUC Congress in 2023 I'm going to lead. We're going to have that discussion. And we're going to listen to everybody and say, how will it work? How will it not work? We're going to have some trial runs and some of them won't work. We've got to be aware of that when we do something new, they won't work. But I think it is the type of territory we need to, if you like, I always say this, that we're links in a chain. So I benefit from having a pension and from having equality at work and all of that because the people before me argued for it. So we have to be this strong link in the chain in this moment, which is to have the courage to get involved in the type of discussions, to have the courage to come up and to say, well, I don't think this will work, but I do think that will work. And I think that's the next 2 years is going to be really important about having the idea of building digital trade unionism, both within our own unions, but also European digital trade unionism.
Thank you very much, Esther. Antes de... ok. Bom, realmente o Neumann está-me aqui a chamar.
Neumann is saying that we should invite Marta to take part in this debate. Is Marta still online?
Yes, I'm with you.
Gostaria de acrescentar alguma coisa ao que este tema.
Would you like to add something to what Esther has just said regarding the question that was raised by the trade unionist who was here and had to do with Marta's intervention?
Yes, thank you. I agree very much with Esther that it is an important opportunity to act and to pull all the strings together at all levels, from the EU level all the way to the establishment level. And what is also very important is this internal articulation within trade unions throughout the whole chain. So it's on the one hand about organizing, about giving scope to collective bargaining, but at the same time, when we move to the national level, it's important that the unions recognize value or rediscover the value in bargaining and do not make such strong claims only towards the government and towards legislation. Because what we see recently in some member states is that the negotiating partner for the unions is not the employers, it's the government. They automatically target the governments because they know with some political support that this is where they can make some impact. And this is the challenge for collective bargaining. So it's very important to kind of make sure that the unions think in the same way all the way from the establishment level through the national level to the EU level. And yes, it is a big dilemma for the unions. Let me mention an example that we faced in Slovakia last year, and this was the minimum wage regulation. Slovakia is one of the few EU member states that managed to legislate that the minimum wage will be set automatically at the level of 60% of average gross wages in the economy from 2 years before the actual year. This was set just before the pandemic hit, and the unions considered this their victory of the past decade. However, when I spoke with the unions, they realized indeed this was a trade-off with securing the outcome, so the workers get a guaranteed minimum wage level, but at the same time, it completely takes out wages from bargaining, because there is no interest to come to a conclusion, to come to an agreement, if they know there is always this backup mechanism that will secure a minimum wage or a sector level wage. So sometimes these kind of legal supports and legal mechanisms that should help bargaining actually are counterproductive, because they take away the scope for bargaining. And I think what helps a lot is to have debates within the unions, to talk about this challenge, and the unionists understand this. And if they are more and more aware of this at all levels, it would certainly help. Together with the initiatives that Esther mentioned about pushing for negotiated procedures rather than directly stipulating certain outcomes or certain benchmarks for the outcomes. Thank you very much. That's all from me now.
Thank you so much, Marta.
Será que alguém aqui ainda quer? Não? Então,
Well, so I give the floor to Heinrich Naumann, who will make a very brief summary. What has said here There are 3 points of that. First, the most important is what the trade unionists and the trade unions can do, and what has to do with their action within companies, in the organization of people, and also in conducting the collective bargaining and in the direct relation with the bosses, the employers. The action with at public relations level, it's important and it's complementary. And for example, in the regulation of collective, it can play 2 ways. It can strengthen or not. But the third point is the relation between national structures and European structures of unions, trade unions. It's not one way only. It's a relationship between parts or parties, and each one can enjoy or not. But now we're 15 minutes late, so please just be back here at 12 sharp here after the coffee break. We'll have international speakers online, please.
Obrigado. I would like to ask the two present members of the table to come here to the stage, Catarina Pereira, Jornal de Negócios, and Thorsten Schulten, Hans Böckler Stiftung. And I would like to ask the people outside to come in. Sergio must use his authority. Sérgio tem que usar a sua autoridade para trazer. Eu pensei como trazer pessoas que estão no corredor para a sala e fui pesquisar anedotas sobre sindicalistas e sindicatos, mas aquilo é tudo entregável, é só os estereótipos mais estúpidos que existem, não dá para se divertir, por isso não vou contar nada daquilo que encontrei. Estamos com um ligeiro atraso de 5 minutos. Se as pessoas vão entrando, conseguimos aqui começar razoavelmente as horas. Acho que temos massa crítica para começar. Eu vou só agradecer aqui a Catarina Almeida Pereira do Jornal de Negócios, que vai moderar este debate. Os intervenientes têm 15 minutos cada um e a seguir temos as intervenções, temos um debate de meia hora. Catarina, por favor.
The presentations will have a 30-minute debate. Catherine, good morning. I would like to thank you for the kind invitation to be here. In the second panel, we'll debate over the strategies of the collective bargaining and good practices of the trade unions based on the sectoral experience, more at European level. We'll have now Isabelle Barthès, the Vice Secretary General to the industry trade unions and the regional secretary of the Uni Global for Europe with a wide experience in the sectors of services, namely the bank. And then we'll have Thorsten Schulten, researcher of the Hans Böckler Foundation. I'll give the floor to Isabelle first. I think she's out there on video conference.
Yes, I'm here, Katarina. Hello.
Hello. Hi, Isabel.
Can you hear me?
How are you? I can hear you. We cannot see you, but I think we will see you soon.
Okay. Well, I have a presentation, but maybe a couple of words about industrial. So industrial is representing industrial workers in Europe, ranking from energy to mine, to metal, to chemical and textile sector. And allow me, before I move to my presentation, to say a couple of words to the background behind me, which is actually not the industrial logo, but which is a logo of a campaign that we are currently running which is linked to the Green Deal. So as you know, these green ambitions that the EU has decided, or is about to decide, actually has put forward some proposal on the table. So with this campaign that we are running, what the message we want to say, actually, to convey is that, of course, we do support the EU ambitions in terms of climate, but we want this social ambition to be, this climate ambition to be matched by social ambition. I'm sorry, but I hear my voice in the back, so maybe, is it better now? So, and of course, one of the key slogans is nothing about us without us, nothing that concerns industrial employment without the involvement, the voice of industrial workers. And as part of the tools that we have to have ourselves heard is social dialogue and is collective bargaining. And what we see for the moment around Europe is that in some countries, workers are already, and trade unions, their representatives are already very much involved in through social dialogue, through collective bargaining, in preparing the roadmap, the pathways towards the greener future, whereas in other countries, because social dialogue is weak, because collective bargaining is weak, they are not involved. So this is why what you're doing today, what you're discussing, is key. I mean, this is a key concern of the trade union, but in the current context of transformation of the economy, social dialogue and especially collective bargaining is more important than ever. Having said that, I would like to move to my presentation and show you, so I hope you can see my screen, because I would like to show. Okay, I think that's okay. So I would like to share with you what we've been doing regarding collective bargaining and what we are doing. So strengthening collective bargaining and coordinating collective bargaining is a long-term concerns priority for industrial Europe. And what we have been doing now a couple of years ago, it's a campaign that we've launched at European level with the aim to promote collective bargaining. And the point of departure of this campaign was that actually, and I think there was and there is a large consensus, of course, among the trade union, but beyond the trade union movement, to say that there is a clear link between the erosion of collective bargaining and the increase of precarious work, the increase of inequalities in the society, and also the fact that demand purchasing power is too low. So, and this erosion of collective bargaining. I'm sorry, because I hear myself, so it's a bit strange. So, and I can see now that can you see the full slide? Because I have the impression that you don't get the full slide.
No, we're not seeing the full slide.
You're not seeing anything. Oh, now do you see something?
We can see it, but not in the full size.
Okay, it's okay. Well, you will have the presentation afterwards. I'm sorry about that.
It's better now.
No, it's okay.
Okay, good. So the idea of the presentation of this campaign that we run actually was actually to showcase the benefits of collective bargaining, because behind this erosion of collective bargaining, of course, there is the drop in membership, but also there is the constant attack on collective bargaining system that have been conducted by neoliberals policies, neoliberals governments that have started way before the financial crisis, and of course have increased, aggravated during the financial crisis. So what we wanted to do with this campaign is to showcase the benefits of collective bargaining for workers. Why does it make a difference for workers? Because for some countries, even workers are not always very clear where their good working conditions are coming from, but also showcase the benefits of collective bargaining for the economy as a whole. How does it make labor market more inclusive, but also for the entire society and also for workers, because this is also creating a level playing field for companies and removing some aspect of competitivity. So this is what we actually focused during this campaign, and we also looked at how collective bargaining help certain groups of workers which are likely to be more vulnerable, like young people and women, for instance. So, and this campaign was very much built on the practices, on the input from the members. I mean, it was not driven by Europe. It was actually more of a bottom-up campaign. And here we have some good example of illustrating the benefits of collective bargaining. Why is it good for workers? Of course, you have the good example coming from Denmark, Germany, but also from the Czech Republic. I mean, the Czech colleagues actually could say that because of collective workers covered by collective agreement earn 15% more. It also helped in the Czech Republic to reduce the gender pay, and also where for workers covered by collective agreement, working time is shorter. So this is the kind of very concrete element or argument that we wanted to showcase in this campaign. Same also for employers. Well, I mean, with this graph, you see very well that there is actually no contradiction between labor productivity and collective bargaining coverage. I mean, you can still have a high level of collective bargaining coverage and a good labor productivity. And you can see as well, you have also published a number of reasons why collective bargaining is also good for employers and the society. So this is just an illustration of how also all our members were actively involved in the campaign. So unfortunately, well, the campaign was abruptly interrupted in March 2020 by the pandemic, but it doesn't mean that the work stopped there. Right on the contrary, actually, because we have been working on the next step, and the next step are actually twofold. I mean, what we wanted to do is, of course, build stronger collective bargaining. And in order to do that, we identified that we need to do two things. One, we need to build trade union power. We need, if we want to have strong collective bargaining rights and results, I mean, we need strong unions. So we need to put emphasis on organizing and recruiting more people, more members. The other leg of this strategy is the campaign for more rights, because what we've seen also, and this goes back to my initial point about the reason for the erosion, on the one hand, you have the drop in the membership, but also you have the attack on rights. So we also need an enabling environment. We need to have at national level a set of rights which actually support collective bargaining instead of undermining collective bargaining. And what we see now in Europe, in many countries, is that there is ongoing attempt to actually undermine the rights. I mean, it goes back to making it more difficult to access companies, but also to make it more difficult for workers to organize in companies and to form unions, but also what we see everywhere is an increase in trade union busting, in trade union discrimination. Lately, actually, even in Belgium, in a country where you have a long tradition of collective bargaining, I mean, and of strong unionization, I mean, we've seen cases of trade union being prosecuted. So these are the two legs of our current activities. And going now to focus more on building stronger unions. So we've started, and this is recent activities at European level, actually, that we actually all decided that this is also a priority for a European organization to support trade union organizing. So it started with the previous Congress period, 2016, 2020, 21, where we put the emphasis was to turn building trade union power into one of our 4 priorities. Now, in our strategic plan for the next 2 years, this is actually an integral part of our activities. I mean, this is completely streamlining all our activities. And we have actually run now what we call this internal campaign, what we call every workplace with the unions, every worker in the union. And we are actually focusing or trying to implement this program at all levels. I mean, be it at company level, we are concretely supporting companies in organizing action in a number of countries, as you can see here. We are also working in multinational companies because, you know, in our sector, we have a strong presence of multinational companies where we're also working, trying to encourage unions to have some partnership, support each other in organizing. But we do also have a lot of sector activities. I mean, you can see here one of the key sector for us where the level of organization is one of the lowest is the textile. So we have a lot of activities dedicated to the textile sector, and actually some initiative also took place in Portugal. But we also have some target group activities. So for instance, you looking at young people, we have a series of training around organizing and young people, and also for white collar union. And what is also in the making, actually, we have a very ambitious program to actually recruit recruiters to support recruiting, organizing in a number of countries: Poland, Czech Republic, Hungary, Romania. So this is actually a very important activities that we are currently running, which is dedicated to recruiting, organizing activities. The second leg that I mentioned, the strengthening the right. We are actually working on identifying all the obstacles in the different countries to improve the framework to support collective bargaining. So discussion with all the countries. But what we have identified is that the obstacles are linked to the legal frameworks that is actually too restrictive, but this is also linked to the role of the employers. I mean, employers that are too fragmented or are refusing to sit at the negotiation table, but also the role of multinational companies, which actually have a very influential role in making sure that collective bargaining structure remain weak. So this is work in progress. We haven't yet turned it into this external campaign that we want to do to promote trade union right. But as Esther Lynch has probably mentioned before, we have, oh, I got this message to restart my video. What we do hope is that the draft proposal for a directive on a minimum wage and the promotion of collective bargaining could be a game changer for us, actually, and would enable us to improve the trade union rights and support collective bargaining. So I would stop here. I mean, if you can see this last slide, now this is all the information that is available on building trade union power. And just to let you know that we are always available to support our members in developing strategies to organize or recruit members. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Isabel. Vamos ter oportunidade.
We will have time for questions later on. Thank you very much for your presentation. And now I will give the floor to our colleague. I think he's ready to come in.
Thank you, Katharina. And I hope everybody is able to hear me. It's always one of the challenges of today's world when we meet and come in only online. It would have been a pleasure.
We can hear you perfectly well.
Perfect. It's always a pleasure to actually be with you. Of course, I would have liked to be with you in Lisbon today. I remember many good meetings in Lisbon with the colleagues from UGT. Carlos da Silva, your General Secretary, is one old friend of mine going back many decades, and I was responsible for the finance sector. So especially the colleagues who are coming from the finance sector here, we also go back for a long time. Europa is a European Services Workers Union, so we essentially cover most of the private services sectors across Europe. That is commerce, finance, I mentioned already. It is IT, it is telecom, it is post, but it also sectors like media, industrial cleaning, security services, as well as care. What I want to do is really look at Europa's strategy for collective bargaining, and that goes back towards the Congress we had in April this year. And there the slogan was "Forward through collective bargaining." And this slogan, "Forward through collective bargaining," is really the beacon that will guide Europa's work over this conference period. It is a fundamental belief of us in Europa, that is affiliates together throughout Europe, that collective bargaining is at the very core of democratic society and social progress. Closer to home, to us, collective bargaining is about the ability of workers to shape their own working life collectively and have a real say in their workplaces. What we want to do is defend and extend and rebuild union power everywhere in Europe. And Isabel was also referring to the same in the context of industry all. And when we define union power, it is best defined in our ability to bargain collectively. This is essentially the key task of trade unions, and without it, we are very limited. Europa's mission as a European trade union federation is therefore to reinforce the collective bargaining power of our affiliates, especially at sectoral level. Our aim is to build a transnational environment that strengthens and promotes collective bargaining in the home countries. It is about us coming together to really defend, expand, and rebuild collective bargaining. We want every worker throughout our sectors to be covered by collective agreements. Yet where do we stand today? Or better, what would happen if services workers across Europe were all covered by the best collective pay agreement in their country and sector? We did a study on this. Services workers would be a staggering 145 billion euros better off per year. And tax and social security contributions would increase by 108 billion euros. Yet what is the reality? Over the last decade, collective bargaining coverage has dropped substantially. What it means, and this is important, the less coverage, the more downward pressure on wages, even for those workers with collective bargaining. That is one of our key results. The point is, sectoral collective bargaining is the most effective buttress against bad pay and working conditions everywhere. As workers and citizens, we all benefit from collective agreements. It is a check on inequality and precarity. Europa's approach to strengthen the collective bargaining power of our affiliates has three elements. First, bottom up, establishing organizing capacity that mobilizes the active involvement of workers in collective bargaining and enables trade unions to negotiate successfully. One that seeks fully unionized services sectors where every worker is covered by a collective agreement. Second strategy, top down, fighting for an EU legal and political framework that is conducive for the ability of our affiliates to bargain collectively at national level. Third, demanding an active commitment by multinational companies to champion and engage in collective bargaining at all levels wherever they operate. Colleagues, I will look at all three elements and then add a final one, the role of collective bargaining for democracy. So first, organizing is definitely not simply about recruiting new members. As important is to retain members and motivate them to join trade union activities. Over the last years, we have expanded our organizing work with our affiliates with a clear objective of achieving this aim. We are now focusing on we are not focusing on some companies or sectors as such. To be sustainable, we aim at sectoral collective bargaining in all sectors, in all countries, based on a strong participative membership. And that relies in the end on the unions at national level. Organizing is ultimately about being able to conclude strong sectoral collective agreements. Giving you an example. Collective bargaining is also under pressure in the traditional strongholds of European trade unionism. Therefore, we set up our European Power and Organizing Center, in short, EPOC, in 2019. Its primary objective is to develop lead organizing capacity in our unions, and on top, we link their expertise through our monthly EPOC network meetings. We do this by engaging with our affiliates to set out our organizing model for them and showcase it by a pilot project that we organize together. Currently, we have joint projects with nine unions across Europe. A second element of this approach is monthly network meetings of lead organizers from our affiliates, where we exchange this practice and analyze cases together. So it's a joint learning experience from across Europe. And I can tell you, the experience of our trade unions is very much compatible, but everybody has new ideas which really works then well together. And the third element in our organizing element of EPOC is our autumn school we are currently running. We have brought together practitioners, and this includes trade union leaders, organizers, and training officers to discuss topics like developing an organizing and bargaining strategy, getting union-wide commitment buy-in, that is, for an organizing and bargaining strategy, and rolling out, that is a third element, a sectoral organizing and bargaining strategy throughout the organization. We really want to transform organizations to being organizing organizations with a purpose to reaching sectoral collective agreements. Let me add a final point here. COVID-19 has had an impact on our organizing activities. We moved to a digital organizing model, and now we have to see how we combine in the West way face-to-face organizing in the classical way with working online. And this online has an advantage, at least at the European level. It allows us to react much quicker and get people much quicker together across Europe. So the second element, politics. Collective bargaining needs an EU legal and political framework that enhances the ability of our affiliates to bargain collectively. The European Parliament showed the way last year by setting a target of 90% collective bargaining coverage by 2030 in Europe. We are much below this. This also is reflected in the current legislation on the minimum wage. Isabel, and I'm sure Esther Lynch this morning was mentioning it. There, basically, the Commission proposes that every member state should have a national action plan for strengthening collective bargaining coverage. Let me add, and that is important also when I look at Portugal and all the Troika countries, we need to really roll back the disastrous Troika policies of the EU over the last decade. We can't have more austerity. One example to do this is public procurement. At our Congress, we launched a campaign on this, and we said no public contracts for companies without collective agreements. The focus for this is very simple. Public procurement is the lowest hanging fruit and the sharpest tool public authorities have to promote collective bargaining. Public procurement means workers that generate 14% of GDP and 2 trillion euros per year. If you control the purse, you also control the companies. Getting this change will not only generate a leap for collective bargaining, but also benefit the lowest paid in particular. In April, we got, within 2 weeks, 200 trade union leaders from our affiliates together to support this campaign. We now have, since the summer, got 100 members of the European Parliament together to support it. And in the new year, and there you come in particular, we will reach out to national governments to amplify our demand and look forward how we then can bring this into the Parliament. And we won't rest until this public procurement legislation supporting collective bargaining becomes law. The third element is about pushing multinational companies to deal with collective bargaining as a key area of their work. We cannot aim collective bargaining coverage of 90% if the big multinational companies don't have 100% coverage. This is simple mathematics. Therefore, what we're doing, we're engaging with multinational companies, but also with social partners, that is employers, associations, using the tools we have already as international trade union movements. That's global framework agreements, European sectoral social dialogue, European works councils, and our trade union alliances. To put it simple, our demand, our push to multinational companies is an active commitment to champion and engage collective bargaining at all levels and wherever they operate. And that is not an issue for the local union, that is really for the alliance of trade unions who are active in a company. What we want is to create a European structure for a negotiating environment for affiliates in their respective home countries. And EWCs, as well as the trade union alliances, create a push and pull effect by putting issues on the agenda locally and interlinking them with the workforces across borders. That is basically the point, profiting from our respective strengths. Here also an example from the finance union in Romania. National law in Romania makes it very difficult for unions to get the right to conclude collective agreement. Union organizers worked with our affiliates to bring trade union membership in key companies up to a level of 60%. We made the argument then with the banks that no sectoral collective agreement creates undue competition for employers in a tight labor market. Plus, we exerted pressure through banks, EWCs, and our European-wide relationship with central management outside Romania. The result was, after 2 years of work, a joint agreement for 5 of the key banks covering half of Romania's bank workers with clear benefits for the workers. Substantial salary increase, improved work schedules, more on-the-job training, increased holidays, to mention a few. My point then and today is, if it works in Romania, unions can bring companies to the bargaining table anywhere and be successful. We just have to find the right way to do it, and we have to stick together not only in one country but across. In sum, strengthening collective bargaining has three major elements for Union Europa. First, bottom up, organizing, building a strong membership basis that engages in trade union activities. Second, top down, influencing EU politics, in particular to provide an enabling framework for collective bargaining. And third, engaging with multinational companies to create a negotiating environment for our affiliates. Colleagues, collective bargaining is not only about the workplace. Democracy at work and democracy in society are the two sides of the same coin. It is lived democracy and an antidote to populism. We see too many discussions today focusing on, I want this and I'm upset if I don't get it. Collective bargaining teaches the need for compromise. Workers come together and need to find a compromise of their interests among themselves, and then the union must negotiate as a collective with the employer side and reach a compromise there too. And after that, and that is for all of us quite the most difficult part, we have to go back to our members and make them understand and appreciate that this is the best solution for everyone. It was a compromise with whom everybody needs to stick. So collective bargaining is a school of working with compromise. And most importantly, collective bargaining is workers having a real say about their working life, so that working life allows them and their families to live in dignity. And that is for society as a whole, it's the best tool for creating triple win, where workers win, companies win, and citizens win at whole. Thank you very much.
Obrigada, Oliver. Aqui em Lisboa.
Thank you, Oliver. We have now here in Lisbon Thorsten Schultz, researcher of the Hans Böckler Foundation, Düsseldorf.
Okay, hello everybody. Let me first thank the organizers, the UGT and the Friedrich Ebert Foundation, for having me here. It's really a big pleasure and also a big honor for me to speak in this audience. Maybe it would be great to get my presentation as well, if this is possible. I'm coming from the Institute for Economic Research at the Hans Böckler Foundation. Hans Böckler Foundation is the foundation of the German Confederation of Trade Unions, of the DGB. And there I'm the head of the Collective Agreement Archive. So we have a general archive where we regularly collect, but also monitor, evaluate collective agreements in Germany. And later on, I have a advertising slide at the end of the presentation to show you about our archive. After we hear now two presentations giving you more the idea of what's happened on European level regarding the strengthening of collective bargaining, what I want to do now is to give you a few insights about the debate in Germany, about the approaches of re-strengthening collective bargaining in Germany. And of course, before I do that, I give you very brief information. What is the situation in Germany and why are we talking about re-strengthening? Yes, of course, we are talking about re-strengthening because we have a problem. And we have a problem, similar problem as we have it in many European countries. If you look to these two graphs here, you see on the one hand, the upper graph is the collective bargaining coverage. So how many people are actually still covered by a collective agreement. And we can see in Germany that the coverage, there is almost a decline for the last 30 years, so to speak. So we started around 80% in the mid-90s, and we are now only about 50% of the workers still covered by collective agreement. And at the same time, what we also see is a decline in union density. Again, we saw a quite sharp decline, especially in the 1990s and 2000s, and it's still continuing. Also, it becomes a little bit more flat. Since we are here in Portugal, of course, you probably all try to compare this situation with the own situation. So I give you a little service and I look for the figures for Portugal as well. And here you see, on the one hand, very similar developments, but also significant differences. The similar developments is the union density. So the union density seems to be very similar to Germany, and you also have a declining trend. So union organization becoming weaker in both countries, Germany and Portugal. Interestingly, what is the difference is your bargaining coverage. Your bargaining coverage seemed to be relatively stable. You had a decline, of course, in the last decade, also as a result of this intervention of the Troika and so on. We don't have to talk about that, that's for sure. But nevertheless, you still have, even now, a much higher bargaining coverage than we have it in Germany. And the question is, of course, why is that? My assumption is, but that's of course maybe something interesting for the debate, that it is mainly about the institutional power, especially the extension mechanism, which you used very much in Portugal. But I will come back to this issue. Just two more information about the situation in Germany. When we talk about bargaining coverage and we look to the sectors, we see a huge differentiation. So we already talk about different worlds of industrial relations or collective bargaining in Germany. We still have some sectors like public administration, but also banking, insurances, the energy sector, and some industries as well, where the world is still relatively okay, where we have a high bargaining coverage. And then we talk, especially when we come to all these private services, we have to recognize that collective bargaining only affects a minority of the workers. And if we would now calculate the same graph towards the size of companies, we also have to discover that especially smaller and micro companies, which is also a big issue here in Portugal, of course, they have a very low bargaining coverage. But it is not only the small companies, there are also some very large companies in Germany at the moment where we have some, could say crucial fights on the future of the collective bargaining system. And I just give you the three examples of three big companies in Germany which do not have a collective agreement. The first one is Amazon, the big e-commerce company, still refuses any collective bargaining. Also, the union tried to campaign in the meantime for some years really to organize the company and to develop some strengths. But until now, still the company refused it. The next example is from the metal sector is Tesla. So the big e-producer. Tesla is started a big assembly plant in Germany now and made clear in all the statements, we do not want to have any collective agreement. We do it in our own way. And IG Metall is now set up an organizing project and really try to develop something, but it's still an open fight, and we will see what the outcome will be. And the third example, maybe less known, but very interesting in these days of the COVID time, is BioNTech. So the famous vaccine producer, a German company, also has no collective agreement in Germany. And the Chemical Workers Union now really trying hard. And BioNTech said, we are a modern company. We are the future company. We do not need a collective agreement. Sorry? You want?
Just to make a question about what you were saying, aren't these companies covered by sectoral?
No, they are not. Thank you for the question, for clarification. These three companies are not covered by any collective agreement, neither a company agreement or also a sectoral agreement. Of course, the German system is very much relies still on sectoral bargaining, and what Verdi, the service sector union, they wants to have Amazon on the sectoral agreement for the commerce. The IG Metall wants to have Tesla on the sectoral agreement for the metal industry, and
the chemical worker unions wants to have it, but still they are fighting for it, and the company are refusing it. And these are some really symbolic battles going on in Germany at the moment. And they will have, of course, make an impact. For instance, if Tesla managed not to have an agreement, I mean, then maybe the other car producers say, why? I mean, Tesla has no agreement. We are paying the high union rates, so should we go for that? And then suddenly the whole thing throws again. So this is just first to give you an impression about the situation in Germany. And now I want to come to my main part. What could we do about this? What are the approaches? What are the ideas? What are the battles going on to re-strengthen it? And to make it a little bit more systematic, and it's probably very much similar to what Isabel and Oliver said as well. I mean, of course, there is not one single issue which you can make. It's not one single instrument where you say, okay, you put this button and then bargaining coverage will grow up again. No, it's of course, it's not that easy, but we need very different approaches and different instruments. And one thing what we often try to order the different instruments a little bit is to talk about strengthening from above and strengthening from below. I think what's similar expression used by Oliver. Strengthening from below means basically, of course, strengthening from the union side. So developing trade union power. But, and that would be my thesis, we also need strengthening from above, through the states, through extension, through labor clause and public procurement, and so on. And we basically need both. And there are dangers. If we just rely on state power, there's a danger. But if we just rely on trade union power, there's also danger. And I will talk a little bit more about these in detail. First, what are the approaches of strengthening from below? Of course, we always heard about the term organizing. In Germany, we also have an expression, I don't know if it's the right English one, it's called Hausfight. Häuserkampf is the German thing. Hausfight, it's not good English, I think. It basically means the fight company by company, really to enforce companies like the three big ones, but there are, of course, a lot of other smaller companies who have no collective agreement at all, to develop the organizational strengths to force the company to accept a collective agreement. So basic bread and butter trade union work, I would say. And I give you the example of IG Metall, the German metal workers unions, who try to organize these house fights, these organizing campaigns, I think in a really systematic way. So the IG Metall also discovered if we continue like we did, then we will lose power. It's very obvious. Look, for instance, for the demographics, for the composition of your members. I mean, look around here. We have mainly older people like you and me, not so much younger people. And there is a problem because from year to year, our membership is much too old. It's not symbolizing the composition of the workforce anymore. And this is a problem because from year to year, we are losing members, and the number of new members we have to recruit only to be stable in our membership is growing year by year. And that's the same in Germany, but I assume it's also the same in Portugal. So you have to do something about that. And the IG Metall decided some years ago, we have to develop a long-term project. So organizing is not nothing where you go out once and you get new members and then you're fine. It's usually you need a longer-term strategy. And what the IG Metall set up with the so-called development projects is an organizing project for almost 10 years. So they started in 2015. And it's a kind of systematic strategy to create new union strengths and to enforce collective agreements in selected companies. And the basic idea is here, when do you recruit members? The best time and the useful attempt to recruit new members is in conflict. Of course, if there is no conflict, there's no reason for people to become. So organizing with conflict, this is a very crucial link. And so the fight for collective agreement, of course, is a big conflict. And here it is really the approach of IG Metall with a central coordination, but with basically an approach, because you organize, of course, on your base, at the shop floor, at the local level, at the regional level. So what they do is they develop a central systematic strategy, central coordination of local activities. And what they bring is, of course, organizing needs resources. So what they did, they tried to shift some of their resources to the local level, to the basic level, to say, we give you this resource for special organizing projects. And what they also do, they hire specialized and trained organizers to do this, because organizing is not always an easy task. But in the meantime, we know the techniques, we have a lot of experiences, and we just have to train the people that they become good organizers and then use these organizers in these special union projects. Sorry? Oh, no. Okay, I go on. So I skip this one and just give you some primary results from this project. As I say, it's an ongoing project, IG Metall, and I gave you some results which have just been published by the IG Metall in Baden-Württemberg. That's the southwest of Germany, one of the industrial core regions where we also have the strongest metalworkers organizations. So they say since 2015, with their organizing projects, they were able to recruit at least 26,000 new members, and they were able to bring in collective agreements to 78 companies. And they made a very interesting calculation about the costs and the benefits of this organizing strategy. And you can see they calculated over time, and of course you can see in the first years the costs are much higher than the benefits, because, as I said, organizing, it's not an easy task. It's not what you do one day and you see the results the other day, but you need some what you say, a longer perspective on this. But now they came to the point, and they will come to it next year according to their calculation, where benefits and costs, the benefits are coming, of course, from the fees from the new members, where benefits and costs cross, and suddenly benefits becomes much higher than the costs. That's at least their calculation. And Reinhard showed me the time, so I have to write up a bit. So this is the strengthening from below. There are, of course, some problems with this approach. You already recognize it's extremely resource and time intensive. And it is successful always only in individual companies. And it's, of course, the generalization of this approach is very difficult, especially in countries like Portugal, where you have all these small and micro companies. Of course, it has its limits. So you need also a kind of institutional generalization through sectoral collective bargaining. That's basically what it's about. And therefore, coming back to this slide, we also have to talk about strengthening from above. And I go through it very briefly. I think in the German, we have three main approaches here. One is reform of extension. In Germany, it's very difficult. Only a very small minority of companies of sectors have an extended collective agreement. It's totally different from Portugal. And this is a big problem. And we have to recognize, and here you see, for instance, a big demonstration of the Verdi for the retail trade sector. And they said, for all these supermarkets, we can't organize all the supermarkets. But to make sure to have a proper sectoral agreement, we need the extension of the sectoral agreement to all supermarket, to the whole retail trade sector. Another issue is public procurement. It was also already mentioned by Oliver. Again, also in Germany, we have a big campaign from the union saying public money only for companies with collective agreement. Very easy. And I have here a very nice recent example, a demonstration of the transport service of the German Parliament, the Bundestag. These are the drivers who drive the members of Parliament wherever they want to go. So they have a service at the Parliament. And these drivers have no collective agreement. And they have not only no collective agreement, they have very worse working conditions. I mean, they are driving the most important people ruling the country, and they are really paid at a low wage sector. And what they're doing is they're asking, if you state, you're saying you want to support collective agreement, please start with us. Give us a collective agreement. And that's, I think, is a very good example. But of course, all the thing where the state is involved, they can make criteria and say, you only get the money if you have a collective agreement. And the last example, it's of course about precarious employment. Precarious employment makes it much more difficult for union to organize and to get agreements. We had this very bad example of the meat industry. So the meat industry in Germany was almost like pre-capitalist, Manchester capitalist environment. So no collective agreement, very worse working condition, using mainly migrant workers and so on. And last year, under the condition of the Corona crisis, they really managed to get a new law, so a political law to ban the worst forms of precarious employment in that sector. And as a result, suddenly the union was also able to get restraints, to organize some people, and now to start collective bargaining. And this is a very good example where you see also where the state support and collective bargaining goes hand in hand. So it's not either the one or the others, but it really comes together. Therefore, I think it's a very important thing. Yeah, again, relying only on political support also has its danger. And that was exactly your experience, I think, in the last crisis, when suddenly the Troika came and a right-wing government came and said, we do not want to have extension anymore. We want to change your labor laws. And then, of course, you need the trade union power to defend the whole thing. So it is not either political support or trade union support, but it's really bringing both dynamics, bring both perspectives together. Yeah, and that is the very last slide, the commercial slide. If you want to know something about Germany and German collective bargaining, please go to our BSE Collective Agreement Archive page. We have also a few information in English, an annual report, so most of it is, of course, only in German, but yeah, you're welcome, and I'm looking forward for the debate. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, Thorsten. Nós já começámos bocadinho atrasados e, portanto...
Thorsten, we have started a little behind schedule. We are now a little late then, but just ask the questions that you may deem pertinent, that have to do with this business. Would anyone like to... they're taking the floor, or just try to help Thorsten about the situation in Portugal?
Mais elevada do que a taxa de cobertura.
Well, in reality, I don't want to intervene. I'd like to have more interventions from your side, but the Portuguese rate of coverage for the collective bargaining of Thorsten is the global of all the conventions that are enforced, even the ones from the 90s and the 80s that are being implemented, and the wages are in escuros and all below the minimum wage, national minimum wage. That rate that he has is not representative. It does not show the true strength of the collective conventions. What measures the force, the strength of that in Portugal is the coverage of the conventions that are published per year. And then we have about until 2010, 50% of the workers that are covered. And during the crisis came down to 8%, but then it went up, but we are not at 50% yet. And in reality, the situation is similar to the one in Germany. Here at the front of the collective bargaining or at the front of the coverage of the collective bargaining. And that's all now. But I would like to invite you to share your experiences, so please introduce yourself. Here I am again. I would like to ask you to participate. I'm Joaquim Financio, the president of the agricultural trade union, fishing, forestry, food industry, and so on. And we are a trade union that conducts collective bargaining. We are a member of the UGT, and we have a great potential, as I said, because first of all, to us is the social dialogue at sectoral level and also at company level. And this is very important. And I'd like to give this example to you before I react to your presentation, sir. Now, our government in Portugal that was against the trade union partners, and recently there was a rebellion, and the employers left the social discussion. One of the points was the minimum wage. We set up are the only trade union that negotiates with the employers negotiation. The CAP had negotiated a value of 715 euros of minimum wage national level. When the president of the CAP, when he was going out, and he said that there was no problem for him, that he said, and now I enter here this field. There are several opinions in Portugal. I am, and my trade union is the one who defends the extension of the collective bargaining work to give a greater coverage at the national level to the different sectors, and covering not only companies but especially the workers working for the companies. Otherwise, it's justly general law that applies, and the minimum wage. We had this experience in Portugal of the extension agreements. We wanted, together with the National Association of Employers, and then in 15 days there is the possibility of opposing to those who do not agree, and the other trade union confederation that ceased all negotiations because they had the contracts of the years 90 and so on, and when the extension would come out, he would extract those workers of that convention, and so the employers then would apply that if they wanted. And in this year, 2021, we went a step forward, and after a long battle of years, we managed to have that the extension agreements would cover only the trade unionized workers in the trade union, but all would enlarge that to all the companies that had not signed that, because that gives a possibility to the trade union to explain the advantage of collective bargaining. This is very important, and I was very happy to have here a partner that has the same opinion as I do. Thank you. Thank you, Sergio Mont, also an intervention.
I'm not yet announcing lunch. I just have a small doubt for this is a question for Thorsten Schulten. So we here in Portugal, we discuss a lot about the extension mechanisms. We have seen this in the government. As our colleague just mentioned, now this has virtues and defects also. One of the effects is that it does not foster unionization. One of the virtues is that we can have some rates of coverage. Some of them have been in force for many years now. That coverage rate is only possible because they are extension mechanisms. And there's another virtue, which is to fight against unfair competition, because I've also been part in negotiation collective bargaining in which companies would get out of the employers associations in order not to apply that collective agreement. So it seems to me that, like in Germany, you don't have very large rates of extension mechanisms. So why don't you have so many extension mechanisms in Germany? Is it an option by the unions, by the government, if they can be applicable or not? So could you clarify this, please? And Sergio, I would ask, following in the line that we mentioned, that you mentioned the case of Amazon and Terra, they are not covered by any collective regulation instrument because there are no extension mechanisms also, I think.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Question, and I was already aware of talking about so with Reinhard before that the extension mechanism is of course a crucial and probably also a little bit controversial issue. And interestingly, we have the same debates in Germany as well. So there are also quite different views among trade unions on extension, and it has exactly to do with what you were saying. What does it make with unionization and this relation? That's, of course, the crucial point. Before I come to that, I just clarify, because you asked me to clarify the situation in Germany. In Germany, extension is possible, but it has a quite complicated procedure to get it. And even more important, the Employers Association, and when I talk now, I mean the peak Employers Association, they have a kind of veto power. So every extension, every apply for extension has to be approved by, we have a collective bargaining committee, which is set up at the Ministry of Labor. And this bargaining committee is composed by trade union and employers, and they have to confirm this extension. And if the employers say no, what they do, and in Germany, they are very reluctant. So we have only a very few sectors where we have extended agreements. And for example, Amazon, you were asking it, is a retail sector. We had there an extension in the past, but at a certain moment, the employers said, we do not want it anymore. And now the unions are, of course, fighting, because exactly what you're saying, I mean, the extension would be a possibility really to enforce Amazon to accept a sectoral agreement. Let me come back to the question of unionization. I mean, first, you can put the question the other way around. In Germany, we have only little extension, but this is not a reason for workers to become unionized. So there is no automatism. And I really would warn you from the Portugal perspective, just to think about, we have no extension anymore, and then suddenly all the workers come to us. That would not be the case. So it's not easy like that. But of course, I see your point in the critique, and that's probably, as far as I understood, also your experiences, that extension means also you rely to a certain extent on the state, that you have a worker-friendly government. And if you at a certain moment do not have this worker-friendly government anymore, and they say we stop extension, then you need, of course, your power to defend it. And if you don't have that power and you are too weak and you're just relying on the state. So I think, and that was my thing, I mean, the difficult thing is really to bring both perspectives together. I mean, in sectors with many micro companies, you can't organize every company. I mean, that's not, you can't do it in Portugal, you can't do it in Germany. I know no country in the world where unions were able really to go to every supermarket, to every small shop or so. But we want to be representative of these workers, and then you need the extension mechanism. But on the other hand, of course, you need also systematic organizing strategies really to make your own force, especially also that when you are in a situation where you don't have an labor-friendly government, you really have your own force also to defend your agreements. So bringing these perspectives together, I think, important. And in Germany, it's exactly the debate. We're going for organizing projects, but at the same time, there is a strong demand on the state to say, change the rules that we can have easier extension in sectors where really the union want to have it and where the conditions are of this. Yeah.
Muito obrigada, Torsten. Eu penso que ainda com alguma tolerância.
Thank you very much for Torsten for your answer. I think although we are running off schedule, we can accept one or two more questions, either from anyone here in the audience or from anyone following us online. Otherwise, I'll give the floor to Isabel. I think Isabel is still with us for some final comments on the discussion that we had so far.
Thank you very much, Christina, and thank you for a very interesting session. I mean, at some point the debate always revolves around the extension, and of course, I mean, this is an instrument tool, but I mean, this is not a silver bullet. I think what we really need in this debate, I mean, we need a change of perception towards collective bargaining. And I was very struck by what Torsten said about what biotech said. You know, we are a modern company, therefore we don't need collective bargaining. I mean, this is exactly what this perception that we have to change. Actually, collective bargaining is not a thing of the past. Actually, I mean, this is an essential element of democracy, as Oliver explained. Actually, and we have actually to beat the general thinking that have been imposed now by decades by neoliberal thinking, actually, because this is a message that they have conveyed, and they still try to convey, actually, that collective bargaining is a thing of the past, is responsible for market rigidities, whereas we're saying, well, it makes labor market more inclusive, and it's actually not a contradiction with a better functioning of a market economy, actually. And I mean, there has been, before COVID, the narrative had slightly changed. Unfortunately, we had COVID, and this did not really materialize. But I think, again, the very big changer could be at European level, at least, the directive on minimum wage and collective bargaining, because it would stand, I mean, of course, it will not change things from one day to another, but this actually could send a very strong signal that also collective bargaining is part of a solution, and that at EU level, this social approach of regulating the economy is preferred to other solutions. So, I mean, this potentially would be a very strong signal. But of course, we still have to recruit members, and of course also member state government and companies, because we haven't talked a lot about companies in this discussion. I mean, we have to force companies at the negotiation table. Thank you very much for the invitation and for a very interesting discussion.
Obrigada, Isabel.
Thank you, Isabel. Thank you very much. Now, of course, Many questions are left. There are many things that we should discuss. I would like to talk with you about, for instance, this new context of higher inflation, and the negotiation strategies in this new context. Oliver is still with us, so I will give him the opportunity to say some his final remarks as a closure of this panel, I would say. So, Oliver, do you want to come in?
Yeah, thank you. And really adding to what Torsten and Isabel has been saying, I think one key point is, and Torsten and I did this in our speeches, collective bargaining is not simply about organizing, negotiating. We also need the right industrial relations framework on it. That's precisely the point. We need a top-down and a bottom-up approach together. And then at European level, we have the advantage through the strengths of trade unions in different countries. We can also push on multinational companies. So we basically have three ways to get really at the employers and force them into sectoral collective bargaining. And that is a point where I want to really reiterate what Isabel has been saying. We have to go out there and make sure that collective bargaining as a concept is center stage in politics and in the workplace. A couple of years ago, I was proposing the slogan of my Congress last April, and I said, collective bargaining, ! And the first reaction was, no, we can't do this. What does this mean? I mean, this is old fashioned. We can't just talk about collective bargaining. And if we, our own people, basically, in floating the idea, are very skeptical, then we have a problem. So I think one of the key strategies is really making the point. Collective bargaining is not something out of the past. It's not something which undermines workers' rights. It's actually the opposite. It's something which is as important, if not more important nowadays than it has been 20, 30 years ago. Because 30 years ago, we had a political and legal environment which was much better for workers than it is now. We are much more back in the 19th century before all our achievements that we had through big collective bargaining coverage. So we have to go out there and we have to talk about collective bargaining, that this is good, and we have to kick ass, just to be very brutal, with people in governments, in companies, and telling them, you have to be there with us. Because if we don't have it, Europe simply will go down the tube. We won't be able to compete, and that's a business argument, we won't be able to compete with the United States of America with a free market model. It won't work. And we won't be able to compete with China with their model of the state tells you what to do, state capitalism. So we have the strength of really collective bargaining, everyone working together. And I think, and I'm still convinced about it, looking back at history, but also predicting the future, we have the better system, and which gets a fairer deal for all. And that last work in 2019, the OECD came up with a report on collective bargaining. The conclusion was, if you want to have a fair and resilient society, better go for sectoral collective bargaining. So the arguments are out there. We just may have to make sure that they're heard and people listen. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Oliver.
Thank you very much, Oliver. Do you have some conclusions? No conclusions. I just want to thank Katarina, Torsten, Oliver, and Isabel for your contributions. And now we are starting to feel hungry. So the Portuguese rule is that a lunch break means 90 minutes, the same as a football match. So let us turn it into a handball match for 30. So let us have a shorter lunch break, and let's be here by 2:30. By 2:30, so we can start the afternoon session. The lunch will be served downstairs, just towards your left, and then downstairs.
money spent to support companies, to support self-employed, to support individuals, to maintain their income, to maintain jobs. And this has really preserved our societies and our economies from collapsing. So it has been very important. But what will happen now with if supposing that maybe within a few months we are sort of getting out of this crisis in health terms, will we then again get into a public finance crisis, and will the old discourse that the public sector is a burden for the economy dominate again? When the health crisis is over, will we then get again into a period of austerity where public sector workers are again suffering the losses? Or, and that would be the more positive interpretation, will this crisis sort of bring us something new, a new era in which the public sector will be valued just as much as the private sector, or even get a priority over the private sector? Will we maybe get to a period where public sector workers get the respect and the pay and the working conditions that they actually deserve? So I think, maybe also because I hope that this time may actually be different, and may therefore be better than after the last crisis, since the circumstances are different. At the same time, there is a real risk that we will again repeat the same mistakes as after the financial crisis, and I would like to elaborate a little bit on this at this point. So I see three reasons why this time may be better. First of all, I think that COVID has shown that strong and resilient societies need strong public sectors. I think there's a much stronger awareness now that crises are recurrent. We will have more crises. We all know that now. And we also know that crises do not only originate in the direct economic sphere, but can also come from health, from climate change, from mass migration, and from other factors. So I think COVID crisis really showed us that we need to be prepared for more crises, and that a key factor in such a preparedness is a strong, well-funded public sector that has, you could say that rather has surplus capacity than minimal capacity as it was before COVID. And that we need this to safeguard health, to safeguard education, transport, energy, and other services in times of crisis. And this also means that public services should not be too dependent on outsourcing and privatization, since private companies are less able to absorb crisis shocks. Secondly, I think it's much clearer now than some years ago that strong economies need strong public sectors. Whereas for many years, the dominant discourse was that the public sector was unproductive and costly, COVID may have helped to change this view. Without public support, many companies and self-employed would simply not have survived, would be out of business. The rapid development of vaccines was made possible by really billions of euros invested by governments all over the world in pharmaceuticals. And then more generally, as argued, for example, by Mariana Mazzucato and the like, private sector innovation, private sector productivity often really strongly depend on the knowledge created in public universities, on public infrastructure, public safety, public education, and public health. Thirdly, the thinking on austerity and budget deficit seems to be changing. And most clearly, we can see this at the moment at the level of the EU, where we saw during COVID that, first of all, the Stability and Growth Pact and its limits on deficits and debt was put on hold. And subsequently, we've seen that enormous sums of money have been made available under the Next Generation EU, the SURE program, and other programs to preserve jobs, to invest in new activities, and to invest in new jobs linked, for example, to digitalization, climate change. And this is a clear difference, a clear breakaway, we could say, from the EU reaction to the financial crisis, when their reaction was austerity. And we can see the same at national level in a lot of member states. We don't know yet how long this will last, but the contrast, at least with the previous crisis, is enormous. And this is even the case, for example, in my own country, the Netherlands, where the government is famous for being frugal and a fan of austerity. But even here, We see that investments with public money are now on the agenda, and we also just got a new collective agreement for municipal workers, including a 4% pay rise and a minimum wage of 14 euros. So there are some positive signs here. Three, I think, big signs that this time may indeed be different, that we can avoid to make the same mistakes as after the financial crisis, that we can and we should safeguard and strengthen the public sector in the aftermath of the COVID crisis, instead of submitting it again to renewed austerity. Now, in this process, I think it's very important for trade unions in general and public sector trade unions in particular to continue to push this narrative on the importance of the public sector, and that the public sector is core for a healthy and an affluent society and for a well-functioning economy. This is particularly important at the moment, I think, at the EU level, since this is where much of the action is going on, where it concerns limits or not on public debt and public deficits, making available of funds for public investment. So I think the European terrain is a very, very important battleground for this at the moment. By doing so, I think we can contribute at least to creating the conditions for real collective bargaining, in which public sector workers and their unions play a real and major role, and where bargaining is not from the outset too limited by the lack of public funds. And I think, again, as we learned from the financial crisis, both at the national and the local level, it can be very fruitful to work together with social movements and NGOs, since they are often very interested in the quality and availability of public services. If unions manage to team up with them and introduce the importance also of the quality of public sector jobs, then there can be fruitful coalitions, I think. Now, since we don't have much time, I will stick to this, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we pass to Richard Pond. You may start your intervention. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Raquel. Hello, everyone. Let me just see if I can share my screen. And while I'm trying to do that, maybe to say a bit about EPSU. So we're the European Federation of Public Service Unions. We cover local, regional, national government, European administration, energy, waste, water, and also health and social services. And I think just to underline the fact that we are a public service union and that our organizations across the 50 countries in which they organize, they bring together workers who provide public services, whether they're in the private, public or the non-profit sector. And that's important. Certainly in the case of health and social services, it's a big area where the private sector is active. And just following on from Martin, I mean, many of the things that Martin said, I think I'd clearly agree with. And just maybe to think, first of all, about the impact of the last crisis and the impact of the current one, I think raises this important question of how resilient collective bargaining is. So I want to look at that first and then go on to three different elements of how I think strengthening and developing collective bargaining can make it even more resilient for the future. And that's the extensiveness of collective agreements, the innovativeness of bargaining, and the extent to which unions are active around this issue of collective bargaining. So first of all, around, I mean, Martin's already gone into the some of the details about this. I mean, just to say that whereas I think we have to be realistic about where we are in terms of the strength and coverage of collective bargaining, but also I think we need to if you like, underline the fact that in most countries where there were even pay freezes and pay cuts, it's been a long fight, but in many countries, those cuts have been reversed. And I think what we see is, again, in most countries, there is still a relatively strong collective bargaining structure and trade unions in the public sector. And just to take one example of this, really, in Italy, where, I mean, there was effectively a 10-year freeze on collective bargaining. So nothing happened in the Italian public sector for 10 years. And collective bargaining there is now resumed. And the unions, the three main public service federations, have been active in mobilizing around the various public sector agreements. There was a strike, national strike last December, and there really is a kind of a strong activism around negotiating the new collective agreements this year. If you look on the, certainly if you look on the CGIL public sector website, you've got details of all the negotiations that are going on, all the latest developments. And I think that's also reflected in the private health sector in Italy, where an agreement, where there is effectively a 14-year freeze, but where again the unions, the same unions, have been able to mobilize to secure and negotiate a new private sector health agreement. So I think that, you know, it's worth remembering these things to say that actually, although the times were tough, many of our unions have survived them and are getting back to normal, or more than normal. And just on the current crisis, I think, again, agreeing with a lot of what Martin said, I think that the fact that many of our unions throughout this crisis have continued to negotiate and bargain on key things like COVID bonuses, on health and safety, on testing, on ensuring there's personal protective equipment. And I think that reflects, you know, a significantly different approach from last time, when many of the unions were completely shut out of any kind of collective bargaining. So I think that's that's worth remembering, that where we are and that we have in many cases managed to survive. And just now onto these three different elements. You know, I think it's important that a lot of our unions across Europe are trying to strengthen their collective agreements, but also trying to extend, not extend the agreements themselves, but actually extend coverage by negotiating new agreements for new workers. So even in a country like Lithuania, where collective bargaining coverage is very low, in the last 3 years, they've managed to negotiate a collective agreement to cover workers in social services. Now, the colleague there who's responsible for that said, you know, you mustn't underestimate the amount of time and effort that went into it, but the fact, you know, I think we have to celebrate that as a success. And in Germany and Austria, there are new agreements in social and healthcare. I think particularly notable in the non-profit sector in elder care in Germany, and also in an agency providing services to universities. And I recall Torsten's reference earlier to the drivers who provide services for the Parliament. I mean, that's another area where the main union, Verdi, is looking to secure a new collective agreement. And I think it's worth noting that, you know, Verdi is putting a lot of effort into this. It's seen as a high profile, although it only involves probably about 200 workers. It's seen as a high profile initiative, and that would also indicate the fact that both Parliament and ideally the new government supports the idea of extending collective bargaining. Other examples come from Spain in health research, in Ireland in early years education, and I think also worth mentioning Romania. Oliver earlier on mentioned the success in the finance sector in Romania. Similarly, for our healthcare workers, despite the really oppressive rules on sector agreements in Romania, they were managed to negotiate a healthcare agreement there. So some examples of extending collective bargaining to new groups of workers. And I think when we look at what's possible, and I think this is also going back to the comment made earlier today about modernization, I think it's also, you know, important that we do highlight the extent to which many of our unions are covering new areas. And I think there's already the question of the various elements of COVID bonuses and how they might apply. But there are other examples as well. In Sweden, as a result of forest fires a couple of years ago, the public sector unions decided they were going to negotiate an agreement that would cover emergency situations in terms of working time, pay levels and overtime rates. And that was negotiated a couple of years ago, recently updated, and could be immediately applied to the emergency situation in COVID. So I think that's an interesting initiative, a new development. In Germany, 126,000 federal government workers and now will, from beginning of January, be covered by an agreement on digitalization, particularly focusing on the impacts on jobs and training. And in the private health sector in Spain, there's a specific agreement with a major health company, Fresenius, on the right to disconnect. And again, in Spain, this is not so much, maybe not an entirely a new issue, but I mean, there's a major problem of temporary work in the public sector in Spain. And following a successful court case, which was a major victory for the trade unions there was still an issue about how this very high level of temporary work could be reduced. And so, the unions realized that by negotiating a collective bargaining agreement, this was a way forward rather than just relying on trying to implement the whole process through legal cases and court cases. And maybe also to go back to Germany as well, where there the impact of COVID has really raised in Germany, but right across Europe, the issue of staffing levels in health and social care. And there, while Verdi, the trade union, is trying to get some changes in legislation on basic requirements for staffing, it's also negotiating local agreements in both the public and the private sector to secure improvements in staffing levels, and has just successfully done this in Berlin after a long-running campaign and quite a difficult campaign involving strike action and fighting off the employers' attempts to use the courts against them. And so finally, then, this issue of active collective bargaining, and I think that runs through the whole process. Collective bargaining is not about a small group of unionists and employers getting together, negotiating and then signing an agreement and then implementing it. I think there's a lot more to it than that, and unions are really trying to get workers more involved, starting from workers' surveys, as we see in the example from Finland here, is right at the beginning of the process, asking workers what they want in a collective agreement and not taking them, not taking it for granted that there are maybe a range of different priorities that workers want. And it doesn't just happen in Finland. There are examples also from Germany, from the Netherlands, from other countries where the workers are involved from the beginning. It's also important at the end of the process, the workers realise what their rights are in collective agreements. So it's interesting that in Poland, the Communal trade union has this new service, so workers can check exactly what their rights are. But some unions, and again, it's not just Norway, but it's an example from Norway, actually make sure that once the collective agreement is in force, then they take measures to implement it. You cannot take it for granted that everything in a collective agreement is going to be properly implemented in terms of pay levels and various entitlements. So that's important. And in terms of more broadly around mobilization, I think the example from Switzerland, which is a current example from the Public Service Union, where they call it a strike bus, but essentially it's an initiative where the union is going around the country, talking to members in different hospitals, in different public services, finding out what the issues are, helping them organise, and in some cases, actually they have provide support for strike action over issues of pay, against staffing and working time. And I think, this issue of linking collective bargaining to organising and recruitment is something that was mentioned earlier, it is really a key issue. And I think what also reflects the level of, activism across unions is the extent to which there are mobilizations right across Europe. We've monitored now over 150 protests, demonstrations, and strikes in the health and social services sector in 23 countries over the last 3 years. Now, they're the ones we know about. I'm sure there are more, but I mean, it just shows the level to which trade unions are out there fighting to defend and strengthen their collective agreements. And I think that in some cases this means stepping up to take action that on levels that haven't been taken before. Currently in the Netherlands, there have been strikes in university medical centres. There are 8 centres that which employ around 80,000 people. Now, this was the first, well, in fact, there's now been a second, first national strike in these centres. So it shows you the determination of workers to secure their rights. I mean, in the UK a couple of years ago, we saw unions right across the health services take joint action, including a union representing midwives that took strike action for the first time in its 130-year history. So I think it's also worth sort of remembering that there are developments in ways that maybe that often we miss. And I think we're also looking at new groups of workers mobilising as well. I mean, it's significant that in Germany over the last 10 years, workers in early years education have featured heavily in the public sector bargaining there. And recently, again, we've seen a national strike in the Netherlands, and also a national strike and mobilisation by 3 private and public sector unions representing childcare workers in Austria. So if you like, that reflects also maybe a rebalancing of the occupational profile across the public sector. So very much, I think, an indication of the extent to which unions are determined to strengthen collective bargaining, defend their rights, particularly in the current crisis. And so I think that the situation we're looking at now is, we don't want to be too rosy about the future, but I think there's a lot there that we can say is positive. And I think maybe, one key message is that we really do need to be better at reporting our victories, no matter how small. If the small group of drivers in the German Parliament get their collective agreement, I think we should, celebrate that as again another victory for the movement. So I think that's something that we need to be aware of, and a lot while being realistic about the challenges we face. I think we also have to say that there are many victories across Europe that we need to recognise. So I think they're the main comments from me. I'd just like to say that within this presentation, you can click on the links to get the further details of the information, and they come from our collective bargaining newsletter, which we circulate across Europe. Maybe it's also worth looking at our website, because we have lots of information on the right to strike, which is clearly a key issue in collective bargaining, information on 48 countries across Europe. And certainly, we're currently involved in a trade union rights project where we're focusing on the fact that in many countries in Europe, public sector unions have limited rights to organise, to negotiate, and to take strike action. And we're hoping that the result of this project will be to emphasise both at national and European level the importance of rights for public service trade unions across Europe. So I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Richard. Agora vamos passar à parte do debate. Não sei se têm perguntas. Quem tiver vai ter que as colocar aqui no púlpito. Não sei se já querem colocar.
I don't know if you want to pose your questions while you think of possible questions. So if there are no questions yet, then I have a question for both for Richard and Martin. The pandemic until what extent that recognition can be an opportunity to reinforce and collective bargaining and hiring in the different countries? How can it be used by the different trade unions that the workers of the public sector are important and essential, as we have seen?
I don't know which one wants to answer, or if both want to answer.
I must admit that I didn't get the first part of the question because I was a total mix-up of languages. But I guess the question was more or less like, how can we capitalize on the new
exactly that's it.
sort of reputation of public sector workers? Is that?
Yes, that's it. That's it.
But in my view, the main thing we can do is a way of creating a different idea on what the public sector is and what the value of public sector workers is. Because I think I repeat myself a little bit, but I think it has never been as clear as in the last 2 years that we all totally depend on public sector workers for our health, our education, and our well-being in general. The way to use this, I think, is first of all a political way towards the EU and towards national governments, obliging them to make available the necessary funds that we need to have a well-functioning and a well-prepared public sector with some overcapacity and not with undercapacity, and with workers that are well paid and well cared for. And so I would say the first use of this is a more sort of discursive political use. That seems to me the most important one.
Thanks a lot. Richard, do you want to say something?
Maybe just to add to that, I think, certainly at the level of sort of the public, it's easier now to make a case for certainly increased staffing and better paying conditions. And you're only going to get increased staffing if you deal with the paying conditions issue, you clearly link them up. But I think the other issue here that needs to be emphasized is the fact that certainly in health and social services, what you're talking about is also a gender equality issue, and that the sectors that are dominated by women have borne the brunt of dealing with the COVID crisis. And I think if you address this, if you begin to address this certainly in terms of pay levels, then you also begin to address what is a significant gender inequality issue across the public services at the moment. So I think that's another element to it. But I agree. I think that we are in a bit better position now. I mean, the worrying thing is that is to try and keep this in the public eye, and that's something we did on the 29th of October when we had an action in Brussels and around Europe, emphasising the fact that around 420,000 workers in the care sector are estimated to have left the care sector or will be leaving it over the next couple of years. That's due to an ageing workforce. And again, this really crucial thing that who wants to work in a sector which is dangerous to your health if you're being paid such appalling wages? So, it's really, it's going to be down to us and our affiliates to really keep this issue in the public eye. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. Não sei se alguém quer colocar alguma questão.
I wonder if anyone has a question to ask. Please come forward. You have to speak from here, from the stand. My question has two parts to it. First of all, the active collective bargaining. In practical terms, what is the result from the strategies that have been implemented? What are the results? How can they actually help involve a larger mass of unionized workers in this process of collective bargaining, and also in what we are foreseeing now, that there is a trajectory in terms of digitalization of the economy with more and more platforms. So how can we foresee the involvement of workers in these processes? I think this is very important because it's difficult, even because the labor relationships are so atomic, and relationships with unions are so atomized, and even the approach that workers have towards unions is very much atomized. So, Richard and Martha, would you like to answer the question?
To answer?
I guess this was more a question to Richard than to me in a way. So,
Richard, you?
Yeah. Okay. I mean, so first of all, I think it goes back to the final point in the presentation is this level of activism, and I think it's really down to trade unions to bring workers into this process. And as I say, that should be right from the beginning to consult with workers about what they want in collective bargaining, and right through to the implementation. And we do see this among our member organizations, as they mobilize, warning strikes and the process of collective bargaining. To cite, I think, a particularly good example, if you look at the trade union in Germany, Verdi, you can see the process of collective bargaining really communicated to its members through, through updates at each stage of the negotiation process. They put out leaflets to members and non-members as well, non-members importantly, letting them know about the process, and they use it as well in order to strengthen their organisation and to recruit more workers. Clearly, the challenge can become more difficult when workers are atomized, if you like, particularly through telework. It makes it more difficult to keep workers. It can make it more difficult to keep workers informed. It depends what the union has managed to do in terms of keeping in contact with workers, because potentially, if you do have if you are in a position where you have electronic contact to most of your members, then it can even be easier to keep them in touch in terms of the collective bargaining process. But it really is, it's certainly down to the trade unions themselves to achieve this, and not to think of collective bargaining as something that they just do for workers, deliver for workers, and that's the end of the process. And I think if you look at, for example, 3 years ago in Denmark, the public sector unions were really under pressure. They thought they might have government intervention in the negotiations, and so they really started to mobilise across the whole of the public sector in order to get members behind them. And part of that mobilisation was through their shop stewards. Now, I've never come across this before, but they brought 10,000 shop stewards from the public sector together in Copenhagen as part of this process to get them together so that they knew what the fight was about, to go back to their workplaces to mobilise members. And it's that kind of attitudes to incorporate all members in the collective bargaining process that is important. And I think the problem is that it doesn't always happen and doesn't happen everywhere. And just finally on digitalization, again, I think while it can be a challenge, I think Esther talked earlier on about this idea of digital trade unionism, using digital processes to keep in touch with workers. And I think that there are two elements. It's on the one hand, negotiating to address the challenges of digitalization, and within that, to negotiate the right of trade unions to contact members through digital means. And I think, there are some unions out there that are taking the initiative, and I think a lot more need to follow. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Richard. Há mais alguém que queira colocar questões? Se não há.
So if there are no more questions, I just summarize what were the essential or the key points both speakers have expressed the idea that this pandemic crisis, unlike the former one, can be an opportunity for trade unions to reinforce their role, since this crisis shows that the workers of the public sector in various areas were essential to respond to the crisis, and it was also an occasion to challenge the possibility of reinforce, strengthening collective bargaining and relaunch that. I think that is the essential idea. There are numerous trade unions in different countries that try to use this opportunity, and then the big challenge is to respond to other issues, such as have a larger platform of labor, and also deal with other problems I thank you very much. And now we're going to the next panel. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Chamo os oradores e o moderador do próximo painel, a Esther Lynch, os dois Thorstens e o moderador Eduardo Chagas.
And I would like to thank the role of Raquel Martins, the facilitator of this panel.
Boas tardes, eu sou Eduardo Chagas.
Afternoon, I'm Eduardo Chagas. I'm going to get started now with the final panel of this international meeting. I hope you share with me the positive value of the interventions that we had throughout the day. It was a very informative and rich debate from the speakers online and in the room, and in this latter session, and this is also the last seminar of a series of activities promoted by the Friedrich Ebert Foundation since last year, that focused the challenges of collective bargaining and how to dynamize collective bargaining in Europe. And today, we're not going to draw the conclusions of all this process, but we had the chance, the opportunity to have three participants of the latter panel with us. I know that Thorsten Müller has an intervention prepared, and the two other colleagues will also intervene before we give the opportunity to the participants to exchange for an exchange. So we'll start now with Thorsten Müller, please.
one. Thank you very much, Eduardo. Okie doke. Last session, not easy after such a lovely lunch. My task is Reinhard asked me to give some outlook on potential future developments. But what I will actually do is a way of summarizing what's been done. And it turns out that the presentation I prepared functions really well as that, because we have heard many practical examples this morning from different countries, from different sectors, from our colleagues from the European trade union federations. And what I want to do now is basically present you a range of options that have already been presented this morning at a more general level. I would like to do that by referring to the power resources. No, that's the wrong presentation. The power resources of trade unions, asking the questions, what are the power resources of the trade unions in collective bargaining? So, I mean, I can hold Thorsten's presentation again. I mean, we work quite closely together, so I think not quite elaborate as you, but yes, that's the one. Okay, I want to approach the issue from a different angle, and that's the union power resources and the future of collective bargaining. And I want to start by reminding us of what's the problem here actually. I don't want to bore you with the details, but I think the key point here with this graph is that the blue bars showing collective bargaining coverage in 2000 is by far higher for most of the countries than the red bar, which shows collective bargaining coverage 20 years later. In some countries, the drop has been more pronounced. If we look at Romania, Slovenia would be a case like that, Greece. In others, it has been less dramatic, or some countries even managed to retain some kind of stability. For Portugal, you will find yourself more towards the right side of the graph, because once again, Reinhard clarified the issue, but it's the stock of agreements I refer to here, and not the flow of agreements, as my colleague Maria da Paz characterized it for Portugal. So it's all the collective agreements that exist, and not the ones that have newly been concluded. Then the picture would look differently, but it's the stock. But the picture, the message of this graph is clear. Over the last 20 years, we have witnessed a huge drop of collective bargaining coverage across the board in Europe. So the challenge is clear. We have to strengthen the regulatory capacity of collective bargaining. We have to ensure that collective bargaining is actually regulating more of the employment relationship again. And the solution, that's what I want to put forward here, is strengthening the trade union power resources. Now, what are the trade union power resources? I want to illustrate this with this graph. It's 4 dimensions. The first one, economic structural, essentially refers to the position of the worker in the production process and on the labor market. Essentially, in periods of high unemployment, union power is less strong than in a situation of tight labor markets, and workers in some strategic positions like train drivers, rubbish collectors, they have a strategic position and they can bring their sector to a halt. But this essentially is a dimension which can only be indirectly influenced by unions. So I want to focus on the other ones, and that's the organizational power resources. And we've talked a lot about that already. That's the strength of the membership and the capacity of the union to mobilize that membership. The third one is the institutional power resource. We've talked about that as well. The capacity of trade unions to influence political decision-making processes and regulation at different levels. Can be the European, can be the national, or even the local level in your community. And then what I would call the discursive and the societal level, and that's the capacity of unions to shape the public debate and the agenda setting, to bring certain issues on the agenda that they become important in the debate. And I want to quickly go through these different dimensions. Now, the organizational power resource, Once again, a reminder, what's the problem here? That's an overview of trade union density, once again, over the last 20 years. And once again, the red balls are much higher in all the countries here than the blue ones, indicating a huge drop in trade union density over the last 20 years. And if we look at the graph, it's actually most unions are just about 20% of union density by now. The overall average is kept up by the few examples in the Nordic countries, which still have a union density of 70%. Otherwise, the overall average would be even lower. Key problem, drop of union density. What can we do? Now, I think we've talked a lot about organizing and various initiatives, and our colleagues from the union federations have mentioned some examples how they can support it. Esther also talked about some examples. I think the key is we have to strengthen the membership base, and how can we do that? And if we look at experiences over the last years, I think there are two key issues. One is unions need to be or become more attractive to all those new categories of workers that emerge. In particular, those what one might often call atypical workers, but also the gig workers, platform workers, all those. And we have to become attractive for these kind of workers again, that they don't consider unions as something of the past. We had this morning as well, this notion. And then, once again, Richard mentioned it, but it was mentioned throughout this morning as well, strengthening the decentralized level, the local level of unions, and making unions participatory organizations. And in collective bargaining, Thorsten mentioned it as well, some examples where trade unions actually ask their members, so what do you actually want from us in these negotiations? And some unions in Germany, for instance, they also asked the non-members. So they did a survey not only of their members, but of the whole workforce they are going to negotiate in that sector, because that's important too. If you want to attract new workers, you must also know what they want. So I think this is this kind of getting them involved and getting their members a feeling, I can actually change something in this process. I can have an input, and I think that's a key issue in becoming more attractive to members. But I don't know who said it this morning. Oliver said it. It's not only about recruiting new members, it's also about retaining old ones or existing ones and in mobilizing them. Okay, next one, institutional power resource. Once again, this is a graph on the collective bargaining coverage, and it shows that the highest coverage of more than 70%, which, by the way, we ask in the European Minimum Wage Directive as the threshold, they all have some kind of institutional support. It may be in Italy, in Austria, it's the chamber system or some constitutional safeguards that keep the coverage high. The blue countries here, France, Belgium, Finland, and Portugal is amongst them, have the frequent use of the extension mechanism that helps to keep it high. And then we have our Nordic friends, Sweden, Denmark, where they have the Ghent system, which means that the unions run the unemployment insurance, which provides an incentive for union membership. But it's also an institutional support, because they always say, we don't need any kind of state help because we are strong ourselves. Well, they are strong because they have institutional support through the Ghent system. And you pointed that out, Esther, as well. They have all sorts of rights which other countries would dream of in terms of union bargaining rights and representational rights. So in that respect, even they who say we are strong ourselves, they also have institutional support. I just wanted to highlight here that institutions matter, because when we then think, what can we do to strengthen the union's institutional power resources? I think there are various ways. The first one, extension mechanism and public procurement, that was mentioned a lot of times already. But then it's also about those institutional rights that put the unions in a position actually to negotiate and to empower them and enable them. And there we talk about bargaining rights for unions and then union access to the workplace, which is a crucial issue. because we all know that how do you recruit workers? By talking to them, and can you talk to them only by have access to companies and workplaces to actually speak to them and convince them of the value of a union. And then once you have an agreement, it's important that you enforce it. So we also talk about institutional safeguards or enabling rights for labor inspectorates. And then let's not forget about the European level, where there have been some really important regulation, and the most important of the last 10 years probably we are talking about at the moment, and it's the European Directive on minimum wages and collective bargaining. So the European level can play a role as well when we talk about institutional power resources. And then the last one, and that's the discursive or the societal power resource. And that's all about influencing the agenda. And the first issue is we have to address the right issues. We have to feel what do workers, what do citizens want in order to be relevant for them. And then we shouldn't shy away from forging alliances with other civil society actors. For instance, in the field of environmental policy and decarbonization and the whole industrial transition process. Let's have a look what the environmental organizations have to offer in terms of cooperation. I think it's very important that unions don't shy away from that. And on the wage issue, I mean, very often religious or churches have very similar positions to what we have. I mean, why not team up and create alliances? Then engagement in public campaigns. We have also seen many examples of that already. And I think it's also important when we talk about public discourse that we scandalize the violation of union and workers' rights and collective agreements. That we say it's a scandal, and if you disrespect these kind of fundamental rights, it's well, I wouldn't say a crime, but it's really bad for the society as a whole, not only for the workers that are concerned. I think we should scandalize employers who disrespect, and not just Amazon, but more generally, to show the society that this is an important aspect. Now, my last slide. It's clear that these are all aspects which interdepend. They are interdependent. One depends on the other. I think that came also was clear from the presentations this morning. If you want to influence your government, you need strength, because they only take you seriously if you are a strong player. If they don't take you seriously, you can cause some harm. So obviously, organizational strength always plays a role, also for the other dimensions. So they are interdependent, and unions should try to address all of them simultaneously. But then there is no one best way. We have to find country and time specific mix of different activities. Obviously, if you in Portugal, for instance, if you have a left government, it's easier to influence the institutional framework conditions. So you might want to place more emphasis on that dimension without neglecting the others. But if you have another government which is not that open to you in terms of the institutional regulation, you may have to put more effort into campaigns and organizing public opinion. So it's always a country and time specific mix of activities. And what all I wanted to do, and I hope that became clear, is it's a whole bundle of activities which unions can and have to address in order to make collective bargaining more dynamic and stronger. But now I think we can get into the debate. Thank you very much.
Obrigado, Torsten. Eu esqueci-me que o Torsten ainda não tinha sido apresentado.
Thank you, Torsten. I forgot to mention that Torsten had not yet been introduced. He's a researcher at the European Union Institute. So I thank you very much for your presentation, for your clues. Now I'll give the floor to Esther Lynch.
Some points you want to address? Should I launch already some of my hidden in the sleeve questions? But I believe you have attended enough of our discussion to make your comments.
Sure. There's just two extra things I'd like to throw into the debate, if I can. The first of those is, in the future, I think there will be developments in tripartite bargaining, Because if you think about a just transition strategy, to be able to deliver it with confidence for the workers in a particular company, industry, or sector, you need to have some influence on what's going to be, on what the other initiatives are going to be put in place that you're going to have to rely on for that just transition. And of course, the key player in that will be the money coming from the state in either regional authority or from whatever just transition mechanisms are going to be set up. So I think tripartite bargaining is something as unions, as trade unionists, we need to think about how do we make sure that we learn from the lessons of the past, where sometimes that doesn't always end up well. And to think about what are the strategies we're putting in place for that. The other issues then about what are the new frontiers for the content of the collective agreements. And I think we have to have courageous conversations. And so looking at things such as the reduced working week, how do we secure that without a reduction in pay? Like, how do we honestly have that, discussion among ourselves? Other things like the value of data. Companies are going to be using the data that we emit as we go about our everyday work, whether it's wearables or how many people get in the lift or wherever it is. And then how do we make sure that workers get their fair share of the value of that? Like, is that how do we have that discussion without giving away too much in the context of the privacy rights that have been fought for? So I think looking towards those, we say the new frontiers for content of the agreements, and then bringing into our strategies the idea of how do we make sure that the external actors are fully supporting the content of collective agreements that we want to have in place. I think there are two extra ideas just to put in there.
Thank you, Esther. Torsten, same question.
Yeah, it's difficult to add something after all these distinguished ideas, Brad. But maybe I reflect just on what are the situation where we are faced now. I think it was very interesting. Maybe it was most clear in the previous section on the public sector, when we compare how the situation was during the last crisis and how this was managed with more a kind of radicalization of neoliberal approaches, if you want, so destroying collective bargaining. I mean, you made the experience in your country, but we also saw similar tendencies in other countries. And it was a blame on the workers and their share that they should solve the crisis and so on. And if we compare this with the situation now, I mean, we can see there is some significant change in the treatment of the public sector. There is, I mean, we talk a lot about this proposal on minimum wages and collective bargaining at European level. Torsten and me in an article called it really a paradigm shift, because, I mean, it is simply that now the Commission, in the last crisis, it proposed, let me say it frequently, the destruction of collective bargaining. Now it proposes the strengthening of collective bargaining. Of course, we don't know the result yet, and it's still a fight, a long way to go. And there are, of course, also the old guys, I would call them, who have these old neoliberal ideas and try to prevent them. And it is a battle, of course. But there is a reasonable chance, and there are strong voices in favor, of a more strengthening of collective bargaining, of the strengthening of union position. And I think this is some positive background where we could build on. And if we then look to the COVID crisis, I mean, the COVID crisis was probably the last. If someone is still believed in neoliberalism, I mean, after the COVID crisis, I mean, nobody would say, let's solve the COVID crisis through market mechanism or so things like that. I mean, that would be a crazy idea. Of course, we need a strong society, we need a state, we need redistribution and all these things. And if we think then to the big challenges we are faced with, you mentioned it, just transition, the whole ecological question, but also the whole question of how work is changing, how the daily work with digitalization, with techniques, but also with different ideas of people, how they want to work and how to want to live. I mean, all these things could only be solved, I would say, in a cooperative manner. And herefore you need democracy, and herefore you need trade unions. And maybe the last point is also, it's also up to us to a certain moment. I mean, for a long time we had this discourse, I know it from Germany, but I think it was probably similar in every country. Okay, the things gone worse, unions go down, so what can we do about that? We can't do about that. And we still had this old approach about, okay, we do it for the workers. We, the unions, we know best the way how to go, and we can do it for workers. We negotiate for the workers. Okay. I mean, these are, of course, all these old-fashioned approaches where we have to change. We have really not to do something for the workers, but with the workers, and to activate them. And as Thorsten said, we really had to know what are their needs and their ideas and what do they really want? What are their problems? And I think if we go this way, I mean, I think times are not too bad also to re-strengthening of trade unions in Europe.
Thank you, Thorsten. Indeed, this brings us to the debate, and I'll switch to Portuguese, sorry.
This brings us to another debate, which is whether collective bargaining, if it's not something from the past, and we see that we are in a stronger position now, so this means that unions are not also an idea from the past, as many people tend to say. In one of the breaks, we were discussing that not long ago, a colleague of mine from a Danish union, he said that they were calling him from the side of Danish employers because they wanted unions to organize the workers because they couldn't have a hand on them. And then when would workers become upset with the employer, they would just throw the towel and go look for another job. But of course, here in Portugal, it's not such an easy situation. We cannot just leave our job and go find another one. But there are employers that already acknowledge that they need a reliable partner with whom to negotiate, with whom it's difficult to find an agreement. But when they do come to an agreement, it is to be complied with, and that gives another value to the place of unions in society. So we have to value that role as unionists, as representatives of our workers, which we are. Now, in both presentations that were made by both Esther and Thorsten, you've answered some of the questions that I had here, but I have another one. I'll bring it up and see. Can you also convey to us any questions that are being placed online? So if you are getting any questions from those following us online, because I heard we had at least 50 people following us online, so please bring to me those questions from our online audience. And if anyone here in the audience wants to ask any questions, so please raise your hand. But anyway, all presentations made an association, which is very important, undeniable. There is no effective collective bargaining unless there is recruiting and organization of workers behind. So we might try to make an agreement without it being backed up by workers, so it doesn't have much of a future. Now, at the same time, we also saw this pressure there is, and I never saw such a summarized but straight to the point presentation as the one made by Marta this morning on what are the difficulties in collective bargaining in Eastern European countries. There's no spokesperson on the other side, and so they have to negotiate and bargain with governments, which are usually with an approach that is clearly towards favoring the employers and not the employees. So how do you see this situation in a Europe where there is no silver bullet for all governments, but how do you see this development of this need of us having more organized workers, for us to be more effective in collective bargaining within this framework in which, well, it's not for tomorrow that we will have a majority of governments in Europe that are favorable towards employees. So maybe I'll start with Thorsten Müller, and then whoever wants to speak, please raise your hand or make me know that you want to speak.
Yeah, that's the $1 million question or euro question. But yeah, you can still think. I think I'm actually not that pessimistic because I think Martin Koene mentioned that in his presentation on the public sector. As tragic as the whole COVID crisis and pandemic is, I think to some extent we could use it to our advantage, actually, because as Martin pointed out, it clearly showed the value of so-called essential workers, but of having functional collective bargaining and of having strong unions as well. And it's not a coincidence that in many countries, unions actually had an increase in the membership that might have different reasons. In Sweden, for instance, the workers joined unions during the COVID crisis because they were afraid of unemployment. And as I said, the Swedish unions run the unemployment fund. But in other countries, in the UK, for instance, this is not the case. And they had a lot of recruitment of new members as well. And that was simply because the unions did a good job during the crisis in protecting the workers' interests. And I think in that respect, Thorsten called it a paradigm shift at European level, for instance, where we also see a completely different approach, not the usual austerity approach. So I think what I call the discursive or the societal power resources, they actually turned in our favor to a certain extent. And I think we should utilize that in order to pursue our interests in the other dimensions of the power resources in the institutional and obviously also in the organizational field as well. So I'm not that pessimistic, and I think we could turn this into an advantage for us.
Thank you, Thorsten. Esther, 1 million for your question, for your answers.
Yes. I think that I agree with everything that you've said, and I'm going to add something to it. That I think there is a lot of anger and there are different forces in society who are going to decide what form the anger takes and in what direction and what outcome from that it will go. And I think that's the real challenge for the union movement at the moment, is to clearly articulate the sense of frustration of working people who show up every day and who are punished if they make one mistake. And yet everybody who's running the country, and they've been asked and have been asked to make so many sacrifices. And I think the challenge now is to make sure that the far right and other forces don't understand that, communicate with the anger, and direct it in a very negative direction. And I think that is the meta challenge of organizing at the moment, which is to have to articulate an understanding of the problem and most importantly, a strategy that workers can believe in and that they believe that unions can deliver it. And that's why I think what Richard said is so important about being loud about our wins, being loud that unions can win for working people. We've won in the past. We know how to do it. We can win in the future, sticking together. I think that is the type of discussion that it's really important that's being held in union branch meetings and at national level and European level as well.
Thank you, Esther. Torsten Schulz.
I mean, the other Torsten, by the way, we have an important distinction, and this has to do with the spelling with the name, because he's without H and it's wrong. But so if we're not the same. But if I take your classification of these different power resources you mentioned, and you asked the question, of course, the organizational power is the basic power of all this. I mean, you could have sit as union president, a leader, or Esther could see at 1,000 of meetings with nice guys from the European Commission talking, and they are very friendly. But if you have no power base at all, I mean, they said, yeah, we had a nice talk, but it has no impact, simply like that. And that's, of course, a real danger if we just rely on some institutions, or if we're doing collective agreements with no member, we probably do not very good collective agreements. I mean, in Germany, for instance, I give you a concrete example. We have also quite a lot of agreements in classical low wage sectors, private services. And sometimes the wages which were agreed were very low. They were at a level where in the political debate, all the trade union would say, well, this is not sufficient. This is below the subsistence level. We can't go for this. But at the same time, we make an agreement and we sign an agreement with these low wages. How could that be? Yeah? And then, of course, there was this attitude, okay, every agreement is better than no agreement. And I think this changed totally. It's not that every agreement is better than no agreement. Of course, we need to have good agreements. And for instance, I was talking in my speech before about this organizing process. And we quite often, the unions say, okay, we did not even start negotiating at a company level until we not have at least a certain percentage of members. Because if we go without having this certain percentage of members, what is our power resource with the management? Just that we have clever ideas or that we are friendly people? Yes, we are, but that's not convincing for the management, I'm afraid. So the convincing thing is, of course, we have members, and if it's necessary, we go for industrial action for that. So, and in that sense, of course, you are absolutely right. The power base and the organizational power is a crucial one. So, and I mean, it has. I also think it need to get a much more prominent point. In Germany, in the meantime, if you have your regular union meetings, the first thing they often say, they make a slide. Okay, this is our organizational situation. This is how it changed. So have the transparency. I don't know if you know about your organization. How many members do you have? What is your organizational density? Is this transparent? Are you know what you're going to do and how to develop? I think this is very important, and to give this really this dominance for all the other power. This is not against institutional and political and these kinds of things. These are all important, but I think that's of course the basic thing.
Mm-hmm. Obrigado, Torsten.
Thank you, Torsten. I have someone, I think it's Venancio. Venancio, please come up with your question. Anyone else wants to ask any question? Otherwise, I will ask my questions. I have many. Okay, the question is the following. It was asked, it was said, an important thing was said, which is organization of unions, and to give power to unions so that they can be actual partners in on the bargaining table, because if they don't have that power, they won't have strength, they won't be strong. And for that, my union argues that well, that's the point. I'm not a young man yet any longer, and I'm from a time that when a collective agreement was written on a blackboard, so we would hold these meetings with workers, and workers would come to the blackboard and write down their proposal, and the unions would either accept that proposal written by that worker or explain why it does not accept. Now, presently, we don't have blackboards, but we have something else. It should be at the workplace. You know, unions cannot be sitting in their offices, you know, somewhere else. They have to come to the plant and discuss with workers, and workers must be involved and take part in those discussions. We, in our union, we have the following experience. So we go to the workplace, and the collective bargaining has at least 3 points. The before, when we launch our pre-proposal, which is given to workers in meetings or through email or so on. So workers then participate, we develop the proposal, and the proposal moves forward. Then the next moment is how things are now. So make workers understand the path that we will need to follow. So on the other side, on the side of the employers, and it should be like that. Also, governments should also have their ears open. The other part, they said, okay, it's not Venancio or Miguel that is presenting this proposal. This is the whole, or all the workers together. So then things sound differently. So this was brought here by those in the panel. And so I think this is very important. So be both ETUC, along with their affiliates, and we are discussing this in our union. So it's very important that we have this type of development. Otherwise, the right-wing parties in coalition with employers, they will just step on collective bargaining, and the false left-wing people will help them also. Thank you. Thank you, Venancio. I don't see anyone else asking for the floor. Now, before giving the floor to our speakers for any remarks from their side, I would just like to highlight a couple things that were mentioned during the day that seem to me relevant and that maybe have not been or not properly present in our agendas. One is that collective bargaining is not just about negotiating working hours or wages, that there's a wide range of topics that maybe unions are not giving importance or relevance or priority to, and they should give more importance to it. Like in these initiatives with Friedrich Ebert, we spoke about recruitment of youngsters, recruitment of migrant workers, how to handle digital work in the different ways, like remote working and platform workers, and also things connected to health and safety at work, at work, and like others, like the work of women's or of the LGBT community. Now, another thing has to do with an idea that is in the priorities of Uni-Europe. Uni-Europe, we heard this morning, which is to hold a campaign so that public money does not go for public procurement where there is no collective agreements. So when I heard this concept a few years ago, I was surprised because the first example came from California. In California, the government published a law where for working in the California ports, companies that don't have their workers covered by a collective agreement are not allowed to to present proposals for public tenders, to apply to public tenders. So I thought, wow, this would be great if our government could do this. It was a different government that we had at the time, and I thought, wow, this would be great if our government could implement such a measure. And if it's not our government, why couldn't it be our municipality? And why couldn't the municipalities define that companies that don't have a collective agreement cannot apply for public works, for instance, in that municipality? Also recently we heard that the workers of TAP were selected under an algorithm to see who would be dismissed, so they created an algorithm to dismiss workers. And I thought, wow, what is this of algorithm now? So this means that there is a thing that decides who will be dismissed and or makes proposals for people to be dismissed. And so after a lot of discussions, we saw that algorithms are more and more present in our lives, in our societies, because Uber Eats workers, they are commanded by an algorithm that gives them a certain delivery to make. And so basically it's an app where there's a lot of information gathers that decides who, whom, when, and when is going to do that service. Now the struggle in by unions in Europe is to be able to make that these workers are seen as the employees of those companies, although they work fully only for those companies. But we haven't found the entity that can negotiate for those workers. Maybe when that comes, what will be discussed? Will we be discussing? Maybe we will be discussing the contents of the algorithm or what algorithm they are using. So maybe our colleagues could now answer the question brought by our colleague and my comments.
So I think you raise a really important point about the future of work and the role of collective bargaining and unionism in preparing now so that the battles in the future are easier to win. On one of those examples you put very well, which is the use of artificial intelligence. And I think one of the very concerning tasks that's currently being given to artificial intelligence is the monitoring of emotions. And I travel to a lot of hotels. And when I check into a hotel, I see the person smile at me and say, "You're very welcome. Great to have you here." Person probably been on their feet all day long. And I say, "Thanks very much." And I go up to my room. And when I go up to my room, something will pop up on my phone to say, "How was the service?" Rate it. And at the moment, that's what that worker faces, is me deciding how happy I was with that person. Did they smile at me? But when artificial intelligence is doing it, it's going to be all day, every day. And you're not going to be able to fake the smile. You're going to have to deep fake it. Because artificial intelligence will monitor your emotions. And what type of a day at work will that be? And we now can stop that by making sure that the EU rules and artificial intelligence mean that you can't introduce that type of thing in the workplace other than you have a collective agreement. Because the collective agreement will say, okay, you can monitor the emotions of the clients coming in to see, are they about to attack the staff? Because that might be something we'd want in the workplace. But what we don't want is people having to deep fake happy all day, every day. So I think that that's, again, I think that we need to build rules that prevent harm and that make sure that there's a role for collective bargaining in making that assessment. Because again, I am concerned that all of the safeguards in that particular regulation around individual consent. And you and I know that service workers, the majority of whom will be women, won't all be women, but the majority of whom will be women, are the people who are expected to smile and be happy. And you could just imagine like that's your whole working life, deep faking every day. So I think that there is a role for collective bargaining in all of that to make sure that artificial intelligence works for the protection of the worker, not against them.
Thank you, Esther. Dr. Muller.
I leave the particulars of public procurement to you. I mean, he could talk a whole evening about that, so I will leave that to you. I will do a more a broader assessment. I completely agree with you. Collective bargaining has to play a role, but then I want to highlight that the European level, in terms of regulating these kind of processes, has to play an important role as well. Because in terms of public procurement, we will have the Public Procurement Directive very soon on our desk again with revisions. And the same, there was an initiative on collective bargaining in the gig economy for platform workers. So the European level plays an important role as well. And that's what Esther mentioned this morning, where it is important that you influence your national decision makers as well, because they play a role in the whole discussions at European level again. And this is all linked. It's just, I just want to make the point here again, don't disregard the European level in terms of regulation here, because much more of what's going on at the workplace here is regulated at European level than people sometimes think. But now to you for the public procurement with Thorsten.
Yeah, so certainly a hobby of myself for public procurement, because usually you only have public procurement lawyers, which are very specialized on this issue, but they have, of course, no clue about social or environmental thing, because they think we want to have the lowest price, and that's the efficiency. No, I mean, I ask you a question on the procurement issue. I mean, it's pretty obvious that we need to come to a system where always when public money is used and given to companies, we need to have some idea on this social criteria, even the European money. I mean, if you're using structural funds from the EU in Portugal, is there any criteria about what's happened to the workers who are working with that money, or do they have an agreement or trade union or something like that? No, of course not. But why not? Simply ask the question, why not? Why not having this huge amount of money? Or even more strange, in Germany, we had the debate that, of course, during the COVID crisis, many companies got a lot of money to survive, which is a good thing, of course. But if companies got money, which at the same time then kicked off workers, that makes sense. And we had these kind of cases now. It's totally strange. You give money to a company, state money, to make the company survive, and at the same time, the company kicked off their workers. I mean, it's just incredible. And in that sense, I think it's a kind of, to making this also, these whole decisions more democratic, and to think about good social criteria which should be fulfilled. And why not in the end coming to a point saying, okay, you got the structural money in Portugal, you should continue to get this, but the companies who are working with that should have a collective agreement, full stop. So why not? So I mean, I think that's this way, and we have to think about this thing. And maybe also one last word on the whole question on the future development of work, because I think also that this is a very important thing where collective bargaining in the future will have an enormous role. And it's very important to secure also the individual possibilities. And what I think about is also the whole issue of where you work, of working time. I mean, in the COVID crisis, now we all made huge steps in the change of how our work. Before that, I was a guy going 5 days a week to the office. And now I ask myself, why the hell did I have done that before? Eh? So because it changed totally, this COVID. But of course, there are a lot of dangers. And in the end, it's again the question who decides where you can work or not. Is it the employer, or do you have your own? In Germany, we have this nice expression, site sovereignty. So the sovereignty to deal with your own working time. So, and here, for instance, we have quite recently, a couple of years, more and more agreements showing up which try to empower also the individual worker, to give the individual worker more rights to say, about how he or she will use its working time and so on. And of course, you can only do it by collective agreement. You need a collective safeguard for your individual rights. And I think into this direction, I mean, there are a lot of things also to learn, I think, from the various unions in Europe, from each other, about very good new innovative approaches, but which are heavily needed, because otherwise, I mean, we will go for the flexibility of the company, but not about the needs and the ideas of the workers.
Obrigado pelas vossas respostas.
Thank you for your answers. I thank you, Esther, Thorsten, and Thorsten, for their responses, for the enriching debate that we had. I think we have respected for the time a lot. So thank you very much. And the last session, the closing session, will be now led by Reinhard and Lucinda Damas, chair lady of the UGT.
Estamos a chegar ao final desta.
We are coming to the end of a very long day, a full day discussing collective bargaining. And I would just like to say 3 or 4 brief things. First, I think that it would be good that this could be not an isolated event, that we all go home and then in 1 week or 2 we forgot everything that was said here. So I think it would be nice if we could keep discussing this topic, deepening this debate, both here in Portugal, within UGT, also within other organizations here in Portugal, because we have people from the Praxis Association. Praxis organizes debates with activists and unionists and researchers also, and also beyond the borders of the confederations, and that we can also continue this debate at European level, and that we try to follow up on what is going on at the European level. Like Venancio mentioned that his union now is part of EFAP, his participation in European structures also, that's very important, that it is taken advantage of in order to give greater momentums and also to attract greater momentum. Now, I would also like to thank everyone that made this initiative possible. First of all, UGT, who next with the Friedrich Ebert Foundation, are the organizers of this event and have these great facilities here, and their staff worked, the internal staff that helped us organize our program and set it up. I'd also like to thank the AV company and the interpreters for their work. We also thank for our for his gesture, and I would also like to thank all participants, and I will now give the floor to Lucinda Damaso, and she will close on behalf of UGT. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Now, I would like to greet in a very, very special way all those present here and all those that have been following us online. Now, I would first of all greet in a very special way Reinhard Newman, that said that after 25 years he's going to he's going to stop his work at the Friedrich Ebert Foundation. And I want to wish you all the best in your future, even outside the Friedrich Ebert Foundation. And also like to thank our colleague for organizing this topic, which is a dear topic to UGT since its inception. Now, more than ever before, it's so important that we dwell on these topics. And I'm sure that the Department on Collective Bargaining will not allow this to be the last seminar on this, but that this is yet another one in a path that we're going to keep walking. I'd also like to thank all speakers that throughout this day of today provided such high-level information and food for thought on the topic of collective negotiation in collective bargaining in Europe. I'd also like to thank the moderators of the various panels. Now, I'm sure we are all leaving from here more enlightened and stronger for our activity in unions. In our unions can be stronger. UGT has always believed and believes in the plus that is added by collective bargaining and by negotiating, by bargaining and taking up commitments is and has always been part of the way we are and we act. And this is how we are going to keep acting for the many thousands of workers that our unions represent. Now, today, we are also leaving from here much better informed. So this means much more responsible for the future of collective bargaining. I'm sure that we will have many challenges ahead of us, but I'm sure also that we will be able to overcome them, because stronger than our challenges is our conviction that we will be able to conduct a very strong and fruitful collective bargaining. And the workers that are covered by collective bargaining are better protected and more protected, and will be better workers for our country and stronger workers. And the stronger they are, the stronger will be the capacity and the capabilities of our companies. Companies are necessary or required, and workers are also required, because there are no companies without workers and there are workers without companies. But the workers have to be treated with all rights in a decent way, and of course with the obligations that they have. So I'm sure that we are leaving from here much better than we arrived. And although we know that we still have a long way to go to achieve what we want to be, and so let us continue with our collective bargaining, and let us continue debating this topic. And today, I'm sure we are all leaving from here much more enlightened and empowered to conduct this important work, which is to represent our workers. So I wish you the best of work and very fruitful collective bargaining events, and I wish you a pleasant weekend, and we will surely meet again in the future. Thank you.
Não, já está.
Saying thank you to everyone.
Bom fim de semana para